Round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2026. Sport Division coming up in just a few moments' time. The grid is forming and we've got our pole sitter here, the 127, and Matthias Ferreiro, with plenty of fans and photo opportunities here. The grid is as full as I've seen it in a long time here. Great to see so many people coming out and watching the race and supporting their drivers. And I'm going to wander around the side of the car and grab a word with our pole sitter. We chatted to him briefly after qualifying, but I wanted to find out how chill he is feeling on his first pole position here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Matthias, pole. I was about to say you've got a clear view down towards turn 1, but quite a lot of people around the car at the moment. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been waiting for this time for really long, so I will really enjoy it in these 2 races, starting from the pole. I would just try to do a really good start and manage the tires. I think this is going to be really important for this race.
I think at the front is going to be the best opportunity, because I've heard that the dirty air can have an impact on the tyre management.
Yeah, I think when you're not in dirty air, you can manage better what you're trying to do. Like if you need to manage a bit more the front or the rear, I think when you're driving behind, you're just really focusing on trying to overtake the guy, so you have even more degradation on the tires.
Matthias Ferreira, pole position for Team GP Elite. Keep an eye out for him. He'll be one pushing on to try and get away for a while. It's a very, very long run down towards turn 1. I think 800 meters, so a good or bad start is amplified. Second place, Gianluca Tucciaroglu for Team 75 Motorsport. His first race for that team ahead of this season, where he'll be racing with them this year. At third place, the driver we've used to been seeing one row up this season. He's had every single pole position so far. It's been a good season. Oh, I'll just wait. Milan's getting a few words in his ear once he's finished that conversation. Milan, it's a good season when we can say that your worst grid position is third place.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, third is also good. We can do something from here, so I don't really mind.
We've seen you've had excellent race pace in the other events. Is that going to be enough to challenge the 2 ahead of you?
Yeah, I don't really know. We'll see what the races bring, but our pace is strong on the used tires, so we'll see where we end up and we'll see where the starts bring us, but the start is the most important.
Start is the most important. Milan Marchak for the Red Ant Racing team, number 96. Then we have the 27 of Teo Elenas, the first of the 2 Est1 racing cars who are on the second and third row of the grid. And then Alex Ryman, his teammate, just behind Teo Elenas. These 2 have been pretty much inseparable all weekend in testing so far. Their pace has been strong and consistent, and I think that they're building a really, really good team, these 2. They get on well off the circuit. You see them often together, socialising together, having a good time. But on the circuit, it is very professional indeed. I'm going to jump in and grab a quick word. Alex, thank you very much for keeping the door open for me. Alex, strong qualifying for you and Teo, separated by a couple of hundredths of a second. Formation flying in this one?
Well, yeah, quality was really, really tight, let's be honest. Yeah, we just did our best. We really improved from yesterday, and yeah, let's see. T was starting from P4, I'm from P5. Let's do it as a team job, and let's see. Should be quite a good one.
Do you expect there to be much difference in the launch from the left-hand side of the grid to the unused right-hand side of the grid? Is that something you've experienced before?
Not really. It really depends on the start thread that we can see on the T1, so let's see.
Let's see indeed. Alex Ryman going from, what is that, 5th place on the grid, 4th place his teammate Teo Elenas. And a driver that I definitely wanted to talk to is Jelte Hofner. Normally we chat to him in the lunch break. He was busy getting himself ready for the MDM racing team. And also, part of the reason I wanted to chat to him is to find out, I reckon your pace is better than you showed in qualifying based on what's happened in practice. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so too. In the free practice, I had a little moment which gave me a 5-minute penalty in the qualifying. And I had to stand still for quite long because of that. So I could only use 1 new set of tires at the end. It started raining a little bit in my fastest laps, so that was not optimal, but I'm sure that we can find a good rhythm going into this race.
Now, part of the reason I wanted to chat to you is because at one of the other rounds, I can't remember, was it Estoril? When I noticed, if you want to come around this side, I don't know if you can see it over my right shoulder here, camera operator Luke. If you come over here, we've got on the air vent there, we had Tooft, whereas now we have How You Coming Fast?
Yeah. My mechanic always needs to write some inspiration to me. And this is like a meme from the UK, so I like this one. And I'm just using that motivation to push to the front.
Yeah. How are you coming fast? Anyway, congratulations on a new, what would you say? encouragement from the team there. Great to see that there's good camaraderie in the MDM racing team. 69 David Giwok, we spoke to in the lunch break, so I'm going to move on and then move further down and grab a word with a new driver to the championship this season, a driver that's got a lot of experience in Porsches, raced in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup last year with the Almeras team, and also I believe did some racing in Germany as well. Frank Porte Ruiz. Frank, on the grid, joining us here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I think you can make progress in this one.
Yeah, I'm just the first qualifying of the year after a long break, so feeling confident to just look forward.
Yeah, only first qualifying the year, P8, which doesn't sound great, but when you see how close it is, I think if you'd gained 2/10, you could have been up on the first couple of rows. So very, very tight in this midfield.
Yeah, it is, but still they made it better than me, so it is what it is.
But you've got the race to come. What can you do to make progress in this one?
Well, I'm aiming mainly in a really good start, because afterwards I think it will be like a train unless the group in front start battling.
And tyre management is going to be something that plays a big role, I think. Front left, especially around here, is vulnerable, isn't it?
I feel confident with what I tried yesterday. I'm fine towards tire management, so we'll see.
You've got some experience in these cars. We'll have to use that to push us way through. Frank, easy to spot in the Hideka Racing, bright, luminous yellow car there. We next up have the 111 Nikola Milkovic, who is with Spark Racing, with Est1 Racing as well. Nikola, a driver that we've seen, he's been with us all season this year. An unfortunate end to the weekend last time out. Didn't get a huge amount of racing. Car's fixed. You're ready to go?
Car is not fixed, car is changed, so the team changed body shell in the time between these two races, so big thanks to my team because they're working all night to change the body shell so we can be here.
And pace was good. I mean, it's really, really close in qualifying. We've said it a lot, but very, very close indeed. You know, in ninth place, but if you'd have gained 2/10, you could have been up right at the front. So very, very close.
I know we could be in the first row if we don't have a traffic in our second stint on the new tire. So that's the only shame. But we have a good race pace, and I'm sure that we will improve through the race.
Look forward to seeing that. Nikola Milkovic, the Serbian driver, going from ninth place for the Spark Racing with Est1 Racing team. Keep an eye out for Nikola Milkovic. Great livery on that, showing his Serbian heritage with the livery there. 31, Sebastian Freimuth, a driver that's very experienced in these cars, has been with us in previous seasons, partial season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year. Very, very quick in testing. And I know I've said it a lot, but another driver that I think potentially didn't quite show the pace that they actually have in qualifying, has been on average higher, well inside the top 10. And then Joe Warhurst. Everyone else jump in and have a quick word, Joe? Sorry to interrupt you right as you were getting ready. I didn't realise quite how close we were ahead of the race. You needed to get your helmet on. But now we're just a few moments ahead of the race. We've seen you in this championship before, just doing the last round here. Tell us about your thoughts. What are you thinking about in the head of this race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously didn't do the best job in qualifying. Car felt really good. I just didn't put all the sectors together. It's a really new experience for me driving with ABS. Completely different driving style and brake technique to when you don't have ABS. So trying to get out of bad habits really, and really push the entries a little bit more. I did it this morning in free practice. I think we were the quickest guy with no new tyres. But yeah, I just want to keep working on myself. I'm learning so much already. Last year I had a bit of a roll here, so I try not to do that again. And yeah, just go forwards.
Absolutely, yeah, the ABS is a big thing. Is this your first race of this season?
Yeah, first race of the year. This is well, Thursday was the first time I've been in the car since October last year, so quite a bit of a break as well.
Just dusting the rust off.
Yeah, exactly.
Not too bad to be so close as you are, so we'll keep an eye on how you get on, and that leaves us, I think, time to get maybe one more. Let's have a quick word. We've only got 1 more minute before I need to leave the grid, so we'll grab a word with Nick Ho, who's rejoining us this weekend. Nick, I know we haven't got long. I reckon that your pace is better than where you qualified. What do you reckon is going to be important in this race to make progress?
I think it's really important to follow the cars in front and take advantage of mistakes being made. Yes, for sure.
Absolutely. Nick Ho there, a highest seeded returning driver, Team GP Elite. That's Nick Ho's going from 13th place. We've got a pretty stacked grid, 19 cars this time. I'll hand back to Brian to talk us through the start of what is set to be a very competitive, very entertaining round 7 of the Sport Division.
Thank you very much, Piers. A very, very interesting grid walk. Right then, All qualifying is done for 2026. It's now down to the racing. 2 races left of what has been, in my opinion, the best season ever of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The 4th season of this fantastic championship. Milan Marchak with one hand on the trophy, but drivers with nothing to lose up ahead of him. Matheus Ferreira comes from Brazil. Gianluca Tucciaroglu from Germany, both incredibly quick in quali this morning. Tio Ellenis alongside Milan Marchak, a driver who has so much experience, a one-time Formula One test pilot. Then you've got Alex Ryman, Jelter Hoffner, 2 drivers who do not back off for anybody. This is set fair to be a real grandstand finish to the season. It was less than a second separating the top 11 cars on the grid. It's incredibly close. We've also got one eye on the rookie championship. Henry Wheeler is on the rookie pole. He's not in the rookie title hunt, but Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf in the rookie championship are just 9 points apart from each other, with the advantage Jesse Polderdijk at the moment. So we've got to keep one eye on them. They are starting 14th, 15th and 16th on the grid. It really is all to pray for and play for. There'll be some people praying on the grid right now, I'll tell you that for nothing. But 2 races, 1 hour of racing remain in this season for the sport division. The first half commencing on the formation lap now. The rain has gone away for the time being. The skies are leaden, so the important formation lap, the time to generate the heat in the tyres and in the brakes so that we are ready the next time we approach turn 1 at racing speed at this circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. That is 4.657 kilometers around, 14 turns, 8 to the right and 6 to the left, with Matheus Ferreira, the man they could not reach in qualifying. Gianluca Tucciaroglu came so close. Then championship-elect Milan Marchak has Tio Ellenis for company. Alex Ryman and Jelter Hoffner on row 3, ahead of David Duoc and Frank Porte, who has to keep an eye on both of them from the 4th row. On the 5th row, Nikola Milkovic and Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst and Max Mutschlechner. Then it's Nick Ho and Henry Wheeler, Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf, all the rookies bunched up together then. That's 15th and 16th on the grid. 17th, Luciano Martinez, Sebastian Schmidt, and then Nick Hunter bringing up the rear. Both Schmidt and Hunter in the Pro-Am category. So much quality up and down this field of cars. This is going to be sensational. You get the feeling, listening to Matheus Ferreira, he's put it on pole position for the first time. He's not going to let go of that in a hurry. When he was talking to Piers on the grid, he had a steely determination about him. Gianluca Tucciaroglu always entertains, and in the Team 75 car, looking like he has really stepped up a level over the winter period. So that's going to be an interesting front row. It's a 579 metre run from the start-finish line into turn 1. So a little over half a kilometre from lights out into turn 1. It's also quite quick into turn 1. So it's a second gear corner, 110 kilometres an hour during the race, but it's a quick right, then a sweeping left, and then a long turn 3. So those first few corners going to be very interesting. And remember, track limits, well, I can see dust rising up into the air already. Track limits are being closely monitored to remind you, if a driver touches the gravel on the exit of turn 5, 13 or 14, they will receive an instant 5-second time penalty. There's the great and good of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. There's Esme on the right hand side, who does an awful lot in the organisation. Everybody in the team here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe do a fantastic job getting these cars organised. So bunch of drivers organised. Takes a bit of doing, I tell you, and the commentators. Right, enough of the chats. The formation lap is done. The tension is palpable. The green flag shines, rises. The 5 red lights are on, and in just a moment, 5 red lights off, we are go for the round 7 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it's a really good start from Gianluca Tucciaroglu, Maciej Ferreira, but look at Milan Marchak, Jolta Hofner, 3 abreast into turn 1. Advantage Milan Marchak just, but no, Tucciaroglu coming back around the outside. We got one of the S racing cars, I think it's Teo Elenas, who's gone wide into the corner. Gianluca Tucciaroglu with the car in front on that first turn. What a start from him. Pole sitter Maciej Ferreira down to 3rd place. Milan Marchak from the 2nd row up into 2nd place. And also up there, Frank Porte, who is up into 4th place. What a start for him in the number 22 car. So now we settle down a bit. Alex Ryman, there's Nikola Milkovic as well with that car that they've worked so hard to rebuild after the last round. David Duoc in there fighting. It looks like Joe Warhurst has made a really good start as well. So Joe Warhurst also up with the front running cars. So what a start to the race. The opening lap, 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here. Short, sharp, extreme power in Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The cars fanning out down the straight. Here we come once again. There's Frank Porte, who is in the Hadeka racing car. That's a very wide line for David Duoc in the background. So we come round to complete the first lap. What a lively lap that has been. And still the cars keep coming in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we've lost David Duoc by the looks of things. He may have damage. We saw the cars slowing to peel off maybe into the pit lane. That's a real shame. So out across the line we come. It's Gianluca Tucciaroglu who leads the way. The start is under investigation. Jolta Hofner and Teo Elenas also under investigation. It's Tucciaroglu from Milan Marchak, Maciej Ferreira in 3rd. Frank Porte, who is a great start from him, up to 4th, ahead of Nikola Milkovic. Alex Ryman, Joe Warhurst up to 7th place as well. Sebastian Freimuth, Nick Ho. We can see the 69 car of David Duoc peeling off into the pits. It looks like he's got damage to the right front. So he'll come into the pit box. But any chance of any sort of podium is over. In the rookies, Jesse Polderdijk jumps to the lead of the rookies. So a bad start for Henry Wheeler. He's down to 3rd in the rookies. Levin Gelf up to 2nd in the rookie fight. So Jesse Polderdijk in 11th overall, but leading the way for the rookies. Levin Gelf in 2nd place in that. So that would extend the championship lead for the rookies if things remained as they are now. That race is going to go all the way to the final round. At the moment, if the race finishes as it is now, Milan Marchak would be the Sport Division champion. As we see Alex Ryman now putting the pressure on Nikola Milkovic. It's the 28 versus the treble 1 car. The car's up to turn 13 at the moment, and then round to turn 14. We ride on board with Joe Warhurst. He can see the leading cars just in front of him. It was a great start from Joe. He's made up a load of positions, but now needs to look after the car, look after the tyres, and bring it home. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. Joe Warhurst, not interested in points. He's not in any championship hunt. He wants the glory. He wants the practice as he gets ready for his season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. We've had a couple of disallowed laps. Jesse Polderdijk and Gianluca Tucciaroglu. They've had laps disallowed, so that means they've been flagged up for track limits. It's up on turn 8. So not one of the corners where they would get the instant 5-second time penalty, but track limits, the issue once again. They are being watched. That's Jolta Hofner, Jesse Polderdijk and Gianluca Tucciaroglu, all being investigated for track limits. Also, Jolta Hofner and Teo Elenas, an incident between them on turn 1 under investigation by our race directors. You can see from your graphic that Jesse Polderdijk is the leading rookie as denoted by the red box around his number. You can see on your screen that Joe Warhurst is turning the heat up on Alex Ryman. Joe Warhurst. He mentioned it briefly on the grid, managed to get one of these things upside down this time last year. Probably be happy if we didn't keep mentioning that, but he's had a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and it really has stepped up his game over the last 12 months. Another who's really come on in leaps and bounds is the driver we are on board with now, Frank Portimao, in the number 22 car, challenged for the rookie championship in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux all season long, had 6 rookie wins, didn't quite make it to the top of the rookie standings in the end, came home in second place, but has proven to be incredibly quick. Incredibly quick is what Gianluca Tucciaroglu is, a 143.867. He's opened up a gap of just under 1.5 seconds over championship leader Milan Marchak. If the race finished now, Milan Marchak would be the Sport Division champion. On board with Joe Warhurst once again, looking at the back of Alex Ryman. So it's a fairly short, sharp race, but really important that the drivers look after the car and look after the tyres. These tyres need to go the full 30 minutes. They may well have done qualifying on them as well. You take too much out of it too early on, you'll have nothing left with at the end. Right, Hofner now with the fastest lap. So Jelter Hofner, he's down in 18th place. So whatever was happening on that opening lap, Jelter Hofner has dropped to last place of the cars that are running, but he's the quickest of anybody on the circuit. So that is the incident that is under investigation. The other car, the 27 of Teo Elenas, down in 16th place. So they had an issue on the first corner of this race and are now both towards the back of the pack. Gianluca Tucciaroglu continues to lead the way by 1.5 seconds. Sebastian Schmidt, the next to lose a lap for track limits. It is just a disallowed lap. If he gets, I think, 3 of those, then it would possibly result in a penalty. Now look at this, the battle for second place. Milan Marchak, the driver who's used to just disappearing at the front, goes wide out of turn 14 onto the gravel. That may well give him a time penalty as well, because Matheus Ferreira is through into second place, but the race directors are going to look at that. Marchak will try and come back, but a disastrous exit from turn 14. So Milan Marchak drops down into third place, may well get another penalty. Frank Portimao is some 3 seconds back from him, so at the moment, no immediate threat from behind, but is the immediate threat going to come from the race director? Gianluca Tucciaroglu is clear at the front. Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimut and Jelter Hofner all with disallowed laps last time around. Tucciaroglu opens the gap to 2.2 seconds. Matheus Ferreira in that second place. He started on pole position. He got beaten out of the traps by Gianluca Tucciaroglu. We had them running 3 abreast into turn 1. It was advantage Tucciaroglu. The driver in the number 66 car for Team 75 Motorsport has really stepped up a gear behind the wheel of that number 66 car. Nikola Milkovic being challenged by Alex Ryman. This is for 5th place. So Milkovic with a car that has been heavily rebuilt after that accident last weekend. And now Alex Ryman, a driver, another one who has stepped up a gear over the winter, challenging. But behind Ryman, Joe Warhurst sees the opportunity to take not just 1, but 2 cars. But behind him, Sebastian Freimut as well. Warhurst and Freimut have spent many laps fighting each other last year in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. So Joe Warhurst will be aware of the threat from behind. Nick Ho has also had a good start to the race. He's up to 9th place. Max Mutschlechner rounds out the top 10. Then it's the leading rookie right now down towards turn 1. Are we going to see a challenge from Joe Warhurst? Are we going to see a challenge from Sebastian Freimut? Warhurst has a look to the outside, under braking to the outside of Alex Ryman. Is he going to leave him vulnerable to Freimut? He drops back in behind. So, as you were, but you can see Joe Warhurst is impatient in the target competition car as he tries to find a route past Alex Ryman. Up ahead of them is Nikola Milkovic. Look how eager Joe Warhurst is. He ducks to the inside, but for a few moments, then ducks back behind. This is a fight that could go all the way here. Nikola Milkovic holding on to that 5th place, looking to be a little bit vulnerable at the moment. the track limits that were issued to Milan Marchak on turn 14. No action is being taken, and Marchak is back past Matusfa. Oh, that's the replay, I beg your pardon. So that is the replay. No action is being taken. As you were, sit down. No action being taken. So the race directors have decided that that was such a genuine mistake. He gained no advantage, so no further action being taken on that. So Matus Ferreira is still in second place. Calm yourself. Milan Marchak in third. Frank Portehuis, Nikola Milkovic, Alex Ryman. But how long will it remain like that? Milkovic in that fifth place, dropping back from Frank Portehuis. You don't need to see a stopwatch to tell you that Alex Ryman is close. Now, who's that? There's God spinning off into the gravel trap. I can't see who that is at the moment. So we've lost a car into the gravel trap. I'll let you know who that is in a few moments. Out along towards turn 1 we come. It's up at turn 12, and it is Luciano Martinez that we lost. So Martinez pointing in the wrong direction. We've got a yellow up at turn 12. If he can't get it moving, this is going to bring out, at the very least, a full course yellow, maybe even a safety car. So we've got our eyes on the number 12 car. Can he get it moving? Now, Milkovic goes very wide, and that is a space gain for Alex Ryman. Ryman up to 5th place. Full course yellow is out. The cars now requested to drop their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. No heavy braking, decelerating to that 80 kilometers an hour, and of course, strictly no overtaking. So the caution comes out on this round 7 of 8 rounds in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. On board with Joe Warhurst, his brain's thinking, I could just sneak past those. Would anybody notice? Yes, they would. He's got Nikola Milkovic up ahead of him in 6th place. Alex Ryman got the job done before the full course yellow came out. So up into that 5th place in the rookie race. Jesse Polderdijk leads the way. Wheeler has found a route past Levin Gelf. So if things remain as they are now, looking at the point situation, it would still go to the next round. So still plenty to play for here, but in the overall championship, Milan Marchak will be thinking about a championship, the potential that in 17 and a half minutes he could be crowned the Sport Division champion. The number 12 car pulled from the gravel and to safety, and in a few moments the displays on the drivers' dashboards will give them a countdown. They'll have a 10-second warning when the full course yellow is going to finish. The Genioma system on the dashboard of the car, giving them all the information they need. That's a great perspective. Milan Marchak looking poised and ready to go. So Marchak currently in 3rd place. This will be an opportunity to potentially jump in front of Matus Ferreira if he can anticipate this start well. The gap between 1st and 2nd has gone to 4.436 as the crowd look on from above the garages. Now the gaps do open and close because of the different rate of acceleration and deceleration by the drivers. So we do get a slight variation in the gaps, but at the moment, Gianluca Tucciaroglu with a 4.4 second lead. Of course, the stewards will look at it, and if he is seen to have been speeding under the full course yellow, that would be a disaster, but I have no indication of that. The incident between 29 and 12 is under investigation, so it was Jesse Polderdijk who potentially got together with Luciano Martinez to bring out this full course yellow. If things remain as they are now, there would be an 18-point gap between Polderdijk and Levin Gelf in the rookie championship, so it really would be one hand on the trophy for Polderdijk. So the cars continue to circulate under full course yellow, but I think that is going to be over in just a few moments. Right, indication it's about to go green. How well are the drivers going to anticipate the restart of this race? We are about to find out. Their eyes will be fixed to the dashboard. Go! We are racing again. Gianluca Tucciaroglu leads Maciej Ferreira, Milan Marchak, Fran Portehuis now has Nikola Milkovic, Alex Ryman breathing down his neck. Joe Warhurst has Sebastian Freimut making a move to the inside. Warhurst not really putting up too much of a battle into turn 5. So loses a position to Sebastian Freimut. Now the 31 car up that position into 7th place. Down to 8th place goes Joe Warhurst. The pressure is on Frank Portehuis. Nikola Milkovic has Alex Ryman looking very eager indeed, tracking every move of the treble 1 car, has a little look to the inside, ducks back in line. Sebastian Freimut will be thinking about an opportunity in front of him. To the inside goes Alex Ryman. Does he make it stick? We're on board with Joe Warhurst once again. Ryman does make it stick. So Ryman up to 5th place. Nikola Milkovic shuffled down to 6th and now into the clutches of Sebastian Freimut. Joe Warhurst just a little bit back from this battle at the moment. They are well ahead of Nick Ho in that 9th place. Tucciaroglu's lead down to 2.7 on the restart. So out across the line, it's very much as it was when the full course yellow came out. I see no indications of any penalties at all at the moment into turn 1. Milkovic has a little look to the outside of Ryman, just trying to distract him. A warning for track limits has been given to Alex Ryman on turn 10. He's been told you must respect track limits. 13 3/4 minutes remaining of this race. On board with Joe Warhurst in the target competition car. Once again, falling back a little bit from the queue that is led by Frank Portehuis, Alex Ryman, Nikola Milkovic and Sebastian Freimut. There is Frank Portehuis in the Hadeka Racing colours. Alex Ryman, the driver who really has found something over the winter period for Est1, both he and his teammates. Our leading rookie, Jesse Polderdijk, Henry Wheeler second in the rookies. Our leading Pro-Am driver is Sebastian Schmidt in the 87 car with Nick Hunter second in the Pro-Ams. The snake of cars continues towards turn 7. Frank Portehuis now feels the pressure of the Estonian Alex Ryman. Ryman drops back behind at the moment. Putting the pressure on. Try to force the car in front into a mistake. Out towards turn 14 they will come. 4th gear, 165 kilometers an hour. Then full beans out along past the pits. Up to speeds of 265 kilometers an hour in 6th gear as they head towards turn 1. Then the heavy braking as they drop into 2nd gear, about 110 kilometers an hour around turn 1. Sebastian Freimut tries to sell the dummy to Nikola Milkovic and makes it stick. Milkovic with a gap on the inside. Sebastian Freimut comes through, and now it is Nikola Milkovic trying to fight back. It's too little too late because he's now into the clutches of Joe Warhurst. So now Nikola Milkovic feeling the number 17 car on his back bumper. Sebastian Freimut has broken clear. In the background, Nick Ho is rushing to join this battle. Now Joe Warhurst goes to the inside of Nikola Milkovic. He has the line, but Milkovic tries to come back around the outside. He doesn't have the grip or the pace, and it's advantage Joe Warhurst who moves up into that 7th place. Still, Frank Portehuis holds off Alex Ryman for how much longer? A track limit warning is given to Nikola Milkovic for turn 10. Frank Portehuis still in that 4th place, but Alex Ryman looking the quicker of the two. The last lap times, it was Alex Ryman who was the quicker of the two, but of course he needs to get past Frank Portehuis. You get the feeling that if he can, he would be able to break clear a little. But at the moment, he's locked in behind and on board with Frank Portehuis. The picture on the right-hand side, you can see Frank has a nice open track in front of him, but he certainly doesn't have that luxury behind him. They're queuing up, going as wide as they dare out of turn 10. in towards 11, 12, 13 and 14. Frank Portimao crosses the line once again. The gap between first and second, 2.5 seconds between Tucharoglu and Matheus Ferreira. They've left Milan Marchak a long way back, some 3.5 seconds, but Marchak finishing on the podium would just be the icing on the cake because he is 10.25 minutes away from a championship win, a first ever championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And then behind them, this fight, the queue gets longer. It's Frank Portimao who's at the front of it. Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimuth, who's looking very quick indeed. Then it's Joe Warhurst, Nikola Milkovic, and now Nick Ho has joined the back of that snake of cars. This one is going to run all the way to the flag. Freimuth of the four, for my money, now looking the quickest. Starting to pressurise Alex Ryman. That will be something of a gift for Frank Portimao because Ryman now having to defend. A track limit warning being issued to Max Mutschlechner. Another car going wide, kicking up the dust. Freimuth has a look to the outside of the 28 car, then ducks back to the inside. Sebastian Freimuth has been on the scene for a very long time of fixtures and fittings of Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And now Joe Warhurst has gathered it all up. Has he been saving the tyres? Has he been cooling it down? Because suddenly Joe Warhurst in 7th place is pressuring Sebastian Freimuth. How quickly things change in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Freimuth needs to get the job done quickly if he's going to attack Alex Ryman. Out towards turn 1, he's tucked up behind, picking up a slipstream. Will he duck to the side? Going into turn 1, he ducks to the outside. Ryman covering off the racing line, looks to have it covered into turn 1. Warhurst in the background, ready to pounce if these two cars get together. Frank Portimao is able to break clear because Ryman is now having to defend instead of attack. On board once again with Joe Warhurst. He can see it all unfolding in front of him, but time's starting to run out. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remain of this, the penultimate race of the season. Tucharoglu looks to be comfortably in front. Matheus Ferreira in 2nd place. A 5-second time penalty to car 12 for a jump start and 29 for a full course yellow infringement. So Luciano Martinez, who's out of the race anyway, has a time penalty. But the 29 car of Jesse Polderdijk has a full course yellow infringement noted. So no time penalty, but has been noted for potentially an infringement under the full course yellow. So that could have an effect on the battle for the rookie championship. We continue to focus on the battle for 4th. It's in the hands of Frank Portimao at the moment. Ryman is there. Freimuth now having dropped back a little. Is it his turn to allow things to cool down before one last attack? Joe Warhurst sees the opportunity, closes back in on Freimuth. There's Frank Portimao out of 14, out along the pit straight once again. They get a slipstream effect as they run past the pits. And there Joe Warhurst, focused, learning the car, a new team for 2026 as he prepares for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. The driver up ahead of him, who he may well be racing all season long, Sebastian Freimuth. Alex Ryman up ahead of him, the driver who has been part of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux for the last couple of years. Positions as you were at the moment. The gap between first and second is down a little. Tucharoglu leads by 1.938. Levin Gelf putting a challenge onto Sebastian Schmidt. So this is for 15th place. Gelf, who's in the rookie championship hunt. It won't affect his rookie points, but it would allow him to maybe get a bit closer to Henry Wheeler, who is in the rookie race. So he challenges Schmidt. Schmidt not in a championship hunt, racing here to just enjoy his time in the A-Works by Katana Tools car. And all of that allows Nick Hunter to close in. Nick Hunter, who we saw last week in the club division. The mysterious Nick Hunter. Nobody knows his identity. It's not Max Verstappen, okay? But he is looking very rapid in his first ever Sport Division race. Nick Hunter lining up Levin Gelf in front of him. So Schmidt holding on to that 15th place. Up ahead is Henry Wheeler, well clear of this battle, but Levin Gelf would like to get past the 87 car without letting Hunter through. The Hunter after Levin Gelf at the moment. Gelf taking a nice tight line through the corner, getting up close and personal with Sebastian Schmidt. Schmidt just positioning the car perfectly. And now out towards 13 and 14 once again. And onto the pit straight they will come. Will this be an opportunity for Levin Gelf to make the challenge in towards turn 1? There's Jelte Hofner working his way from the very back of the pack. He has the fastest lap of the race. He's passed Jesse Polderdijk into turn 1. Gelf has the inside line under braking, but Schmidt slams the door in his face. Hunter not close enough to take advantage. And Levin Gelf now has a 5-second time penalty for track limits. So the 144 car of Levin Gelf is fighting for position on the track, but a 5-second time penalty is going to put him behind the Hunter car. So track limits on turn 14, a 5-second time penalty awarded to Levin Gelf in the 144 car. So we've got 2 5-second time penalties. We've got Gelf and we've got Alex Ryman in the number 28 car, both with 5-second time penalties for exceeding track limits. So Alex Ryman in that 5th place is going to be shuffled back down the pack once all is done and dusted. 3 3/4 minutes remaining of the penultimate round of the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Mathieu Ferreira has pegged it back to 1.614, but time now starting to run out. Milan Marchak not showing the kind of pace he has done on the last few weekends, but he is less than 3.5 minutes away from a championship win. Frank Porte, who is in that 4th place, has been fending off Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst, Nikola Milkovic and Nick Ho all race long. Sebastian Schmidt still holding on to that 15th place. Levin Gelf in the 16th with that 5-second time penalty hanging over him. Schmidt, who's leading the way in the Pro-Am race. His main Pro-Am challenger behind in the 912 car. Once again, Gelf has a little look. If Hunter could get up with him, he would be able to challenge for a win in the Pro-Ams. This fight rages on. Joe Warhurst up close to Sebastian Freimuth. Alex Ryman there as well. Frank Porte seems to have fended off all the attacks from behind. A warning flag has been shown to Sebastian Freimuth for track limits. So another driver under observation by our race directors. Joe Warhurst putting the pressure on, maybe trying to encourage him to use up a little bit more of those track limits. Warhurst in a solid 7th place, having started in 11th. He's been very much a contender for a top 4 place all race long. Hofner with that fastest lap in 12th place, but time starting to run out. 2 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. We look down at 6th place, Sebastian Freimuth once again. Here comes Frank Portehuis in 4th place, then a gap back to Alex Ryman, then Freimuth, then Joe Warhurst, then a gap back to Nikola Milkovic, then Nick Ho in there as well. 1.5 minutes of timed racing remaining. When the clock strikes 0, it'll be what remains of the lap the leader is on, and then one more before we see the penultimate checkered flag of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Tucciaroglu, another 2 seconds gone between himself and Mathieu Ferreira, but he won't be worried about that. 1.4 seconds, more than enough, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, doesn't pick up any penalties. Another track limits warning has been given to Alex Ryman. Remember, Ryman already with that 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. So that is going to promote certainly Freimuth, Warhurst, Milkovic and Ho up ahead of him in the final standings. And it gives Frank Porte, who is breathing space in that fourth place. There's Alex Ryman in the blue car. The silver Sebastian Freimuth has been monstering him for the last few laps. 21 seconds remaining of timed racing. Tucharoglu crosses the line now, so it'll be 2 more laps remaining of round 7 Sport Division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. You can see how hard Alex Ryman is pushing, and you can see how the track limits could be an issue at the end of this race. So many warnings flashing up on the screen. 4 drivers exceeding track limits. Teo Elenas, Mathieu Ferreira, Tucharoglu, Freimuth, Ryman, Ferreira again, Henry Wheeler, all in the last few laps having picked up warnings for track limits. We're on board with Joe Warhurst once again in that 7th place. A last attempt to try and get past Alex Ryman for Sebastian Freimuth. And there, Gianluca Tucharoglu's team look on. Team 75 Motorsport. He's in the car that was being run for Marco Giltrap for this season so far. Giltrap now concentrating on Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Hands the car over to Gianluca Tucharoglu, who will race it for the rest of this year in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. Tucharoglu's up at turn 11 at the moment and will be shortly starting his final lap of the race. The gap between himself and Mathieu Ferreira down to 0.8 of a second. Ferreira is not giving up on this one, is he? He's going to keep the pressure on all the way to the flag. That's exactly what Joe Warhurst is doing on Sebastian Freimuth as well. So out along the pit straight comes our race leader to start his final lap of the race. Mathieu Ferreira is now a little over half a second behind, so maybe are we going to see a last lap challenge from Mathieu Ferreira? He was looking supremely confident when Piers spoke to him on the grid. Just wanted to get that win under his belt, but Tucharoglu beat him on that opening lap. Was quick out of the blocks, got the car in front and has stayed there for the rest of the race. But we are now less than 4 kilometers away from the checkered flag. Has Mathieu Ferreira got anything else up his sleeve to get past Gianluca Tucharoglu? Milan Marchak is some 8 seconds behind, but he's not worried because he is less than a lap away from a championship win. Our focus on the race leaders in the closing stages of this race, up to turn 7, once again round to turn 8, and then to the right-hander, which will come next, which is turn 9. Tucharoglu looks to have this under control at the moment. Into the final sector of the lap in just a few moments. Sector 3 is all that remains between now and a checkered flag win for Gianluca Tucharoglu, but Ferreira is putting the pressure on. Tucharoglu's going to be tested here with his concentration, holding it all together, not looking at the rear view mirror. He's up into turn 12, around into turn 13 at the moment. We've got a yellow flag at turn 2, but our focus here is on our race leader, soon to become a race winner, because Gianluca Tucharoglu now heads into 13, out to 14. He will see the checkered flag in front of him. It's going to be a race win for Gianluca Tucharoglu, second for Mathieu Ferreira. But now Milan Marchak in 3rd place will see the checkered flag as well. It will be a championship win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division for Milan Marchak. We look at him on board, and as is always the way with Milan Marchak, doesn't show emotion, doesn't show any kind of excitement at all, as chilled as they come. But Milan Marchak secures the championship with that 3rd place. Frank Porte holds on to 4th place despite all the pressure from Sebastian Freimuth, and Joe Warhurst up to 6th place. Remember that Alex Ryman gets that 5-second time penalty, which shuffles him all the way down to 11th place. So a first win for Gianluca Tucharoglu, a first championship for Milan Marchak. The number 96 car that has been looking so strong all season long. This was the first race he's not started from pole position this year. And in the rookie race, it was Henry Wheeler who got back in front of Jesse Polderdijk to take the win in the rookies. So all very much subject to confirmation. It's Tucharoglu with the win, Ferreira second, Marchak with the championship, Portehuis in fourth ahead of Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst up to sixth, Nikola Milkovic in seventh ahead of Nick Ho, Max Muchlechner, Theo Elenas and Alex Ryman with that 5-second time penalty shuffled down to 11th ahead of Jelta Hofner. Then the winner in the rookies, Henry Wheeler, continues his clean sheet ahead of Jesse Polderdijk. And then in 15th place, Sebastian Schmidt and Nick Hunter, and Levin Gelf also with a penalty down to 17th place. And of course, we lost Luciano Martinez and David Duoc in the early stages of the race. It means that the rookie championship certainly continues all the way to the end. There's 13 points between Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf now in the rookie championship. So that one will go all the way to the end of round 8. But we have an overall champion. You wouldn't believe he's just won a championship, would you? He looks calm and collected. I've said it before, I say it again. When I've interviewed him after race wins in the past, he just shrugs his shoulders and goes, yeah, well, that's what I'm here for. That's why I came. Gianluca Tucharoglu will be delighted. What a start to his career in Team 75 Motorsport. We saw him in the A-Works car last year. He was in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and now he jumps from the car. All of his cars up until now have had pink on them on account of the fact that Gianluca Tucharoglu had the choice to make a few years ago. Was he going to become a professional racing driver or a professional footballer? He chose motorsport. He gave up the football, but as a tribute to the fact that he used to be the goalkeeper, he has said he would always have pink on his car, and that's why he's got pink on his overalls. It is a shout back to what could have been a career in professional football. We're so pleased he chose motorsport because he is a race winner, and now Milan Marchak emerges from his car. All in a day's work, he is a champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He adds that to his roll of honour as the rookie champion of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux from last year. And who knows what the future holds, because Milan Marchak is on the scene. He is the steamroller that is going to take a bit of stopping, and he secured the championship with one race to spare. So Milan Marchak from the car, helmet off, no wild celebrations. He'll probably go out the back and have a big shout. But at the moment, job done. His focus will already be on the next round. There is your new champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. No emotion at all. Lars Plato, the series organizer, gives him his Michelin hat. And he goes, yeah, fine, I won it. That's why I'm here. So good job, Milan Marchak. You can smile now if you want, honest. He's got the podium to come yet. And there, Piers Pryor is stood alongside him. Let's see if you can get him to celebrate, Piers.
Yeah, there's a lot of people wanting Milan's attention right now, but I'm going to butt in because Milan, 49 weeks ago, you had your first car race in this championship. 49 weeks later, here you are as champion in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels very good. I'm very happy. I'm very happy for the team, for my parents. The help they did from the beginning, and I have no words.
What a journey you've been on, over the last year or so, to go from learning everything about car racing, about Porsches, to then working with the team. Of course, a lot of work going on behind the scenes to then come here now. Talk to us a little bit about that last year.
Yeah, last year was all about learning and preparing for this season, and this is also a preparation for my main season. So overall, very happy with the progress we've made these one year and few months. So yeah, very happy.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank specifically for all that's gone on the last year?
Yeah, I want to thank of course, my parents, my family, Red Ant Racing, the sponsors. They helped me. They helped me through the year and this year, and also where I began karting, DFK. The magic.
Amazing. Congratulations, Milan. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team, your friends and family. Third place today, but champion this season. Congratulations.
We have a second race tomorrow.
We have a second race later on, so maybe you'll win that one. Who knows? Maybe you'll end this season with a win. Right, let's grab a word with our race winner, Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Oh, Jean's found me. Come this side, mate. Come this side. You're always hiding. Always hiding. Jean, what a race, man. What a race.
Yeah, it was crazy. Good start off the line. Yeah, just good car. Tires were really tricky at the end, so I was really on the edge. So I say the GP car come a bit closer, but yeah.
You said you were going to be punching the first couple of laps. You went down the inside at turn 1, then on the inside as well, 3 wide. We saw it down to turn 1, but you came out on top.
Yeah, for sure. I saw Milan was also on the inside, so I couldn't turn in quite early. So I had to take the escape road, but worked really well. And from there on, yes, more or less start to finish win. Really happy. First race this year. First win this year, so first race with Team 75 as well, first win with Team 75, so really huge thank to the team. The car really was on nails today, they gave me a rocket today, and now we have a race 2, we start from P3 and want to do the same again.
Same again, Jenny's socks and shoes combination clearly worked.
Yeah, for sure I think she has to wear it the whole season now.
Amazing, right, and second place driver, the driver that started on pole position, unfortunately couldn't quite hold on to it. Matthias. Oh, wait, do you know what? We'll chat to Matthias later. He's going from pole position. Let's grab a word with our rookie winner. Actually, just quickly. Matthias, just a quick one because I know we got the podium in a moment's time. Pace was good at the end, but unfortunately the start was the undoing.
Yeah, as I said in the grid, I really tried to focus on the start, but they managed to get a really good start. And I think the car was like not really strong in the first laps, but I really could keep the pace in the end. I catch him really a lot in the end, so I'm really happy with the pace, with the car. I think there's some just small points that I can fix myself, like the start in the first laps. So yeah, but I'm really happy with the result.
Congratulations. Second place is a good result. Henry Wheeler, our rookie winner, I think it's already gone to the podium. So I'll hand over to Brian to go through some highlights of another brilliant race here in round 7.
Okay, thank you, Piers. I'm afraid we've got some news that is not going to impress Gianluca Tucciaroglu, and that is that he has picked up a penalty. And I think the news, we couldn't get it down to Piers in time for the interviews. Gianluca Tucciaroglu has picked up a 5-second time penalty and is thus shuffled down into second place. Matheus Ferreira will become the race winner. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from what has turned out to be a fairly controversial round 7 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Look at this start. A pole sitter, Matheus Ferreira, thought it was all gone. What a move from Gianluca Tucciaroglu round the outside, but the race directors have decided he exceeded track limits. Milan Marchak, with maybe a championship in the back of his mind, had Matheus Ferreira breathing down his neck. He went very wide there, did not gain any advantage. Well, you could see that because that shuffled him down into third place. Great start from Frank Portehuis up into fourth place from his starting position. A lot of fighting going on, as is always the way. This was further down through the pack, and it was the spinning Luciano Martinez that brought out a full course yellow. And when we got going again, Sebastian Freimut was the man on a mission. He found his way past Nikola Milkovic to start off with, and then set about the remaining cars. There at the back of the pack, Jelte Hofner, after a traumatic start to the race, was fighting his way back up from the very rear of the grid. And the 88 car of Henry Wheeler going wheel to wheel with rookie rival Jesse Polderdijk in the background. The other of the rookies, Levin Gelf, also in the championship hunt, although Wheeler wasn't. So Levin Gelf had picked up a penalty himself, but a great fight with Sebastian Schmitz that went on for many laps. And Levin Gelf, though, was eventually going to be classified quite a lot further back as a result of that penalty. Sebastian Schmidt making a very good debut. There was Jesse Polderdijk and Henry Wheeler. They were fighting for the win of the rookie race, and it would eventually go the way of the red, black and white 88 car, making it a clean sheet of paper for Henry Wheeler. He started 3 races and he's won the rookie race in all of them. At the front, Matheus Ferreira was keeping the pressure on Gianluca Tucciaroglu all the way to the checkered flag. He thought it was all gone, but as we've already discovered, after the checkered flag, the stewards have awarded that 5-second time penalty to Gianluca Tucciaroglu, which means that he is now in 2nd place. So as the drivers there now just wait in the cool-down area, getting ready for their podium. There's Matheus Ferreira on the right-hand side in the orange and white, just shaking hands with Jesse Polderijk. Right, let's head back down to Piers, who's waiting on the podium.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, and we're going to start with our rookie classification. 3rd place was Levin Gelf, 2nd place was Jesse Polderijk, and our winner in the end was Henry Wheeler. Congratulations to the A-Works team with Katana Tools. Henry Wheeler taking the victory there, his 2nd. Good result for him in only his 2nd race weekend in the championship. The national anthem of the United States of America to play now. Congratulations to our top 3 in the rookie classification. Out by series organiser Lars Plato. 3rd place, Levin Gelf for Ziebach Motorsport. 2nd place, Jesse Polderijk for Red Ant Racing. And our winner, Henry Wheeler, A-Works by Katana Tools. Henry will be very quickly leaving the podium as he's about to join our club division race. But an opportunity for a photo before we do that. Our top 3 in the rookies. Congratulations to those. Henry Wheeler, again, taking that victory. Next up, we have the overall classification, and that will be from the racer. A slight change to what was advertised as they came over the line, unfortunately, due to a post-race penalty. But no change for our driver in 3rd place. The man of the year, the man that's taken 6 pole positions this season, our champion, the number 96, from the Netherlands, Milan Marchak. Second place was the driver that led over the line, but unfortunately a post-race penalty dropped him down 1 position for the Team 75 Motorsport, the German Gianluca Tucciaroglu. The pole position driver, the driver that's joined Team GP Elite this season, the 127 from Brazil, was our eventual winner, Matheus Ferreira. Congratulations, Matheus. And we will now have the Brazilian national anthem to celebrate this win. Brazilian. Oh, and Pro-Am, sorry, my mistake. Forgot the Pro-Am. Of course, our Pro-Am winner as well, Sebastian Schmidt. Sorry, everyone. That's my mistake. Sebastian Schmidt as well. Let's not forget Sebastian. A great race from him to win the Pro-Ams for the Katana Tools with A-Works team. And now the Brazilian national anthem for Matheus. Congratulations to our top 3 in the overall classification and winner, of course, in the Pro-Am classification. Our trophies being handed out by series organiser Lars Plato once again. 3rd place, our champion Milan Marchak, his trophy cabinet filling up very rapidly. Gianluca Tucciaroglu, who's set for a successful season, if anything like this race is to go by. And our winner, Matheus Ferreira, fastest in qualifying, eventually getting the win, keeping it clean. And of course, Sebastian Schmidt joining us for the first time this weekend. And all 4 of them stand on the top step of the podium to get the photo opportunity, mark this moment in history. A lot of smiles on that face. Matheus Ferreira, his first win. Milan Marchak, our champion. Gianluca Tucciaroglu, his first race with this team, his first podium this season in his first race of this year. a good season ahead for all of them. And Sebastian Schmidt, of course, as well. His first time in the championship. Sorry, Sebastian, I didn't mean to forget you, of course. It's okay. We'll remember you next time when you win later on. No worries, no worries. Well, that's it. That's the sport division, John. Round 7 of club division coming up next.
Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division, next up on track for their penultimate race of the season. Just circling back to the Sport Division, what a race that was. And we said at the start of the day that we figured track limits were going to play a significant part in proceedings, and that's exactly what has occurred. And the club drivers will be very aware of that races can be won and lost in the steward's office. With the club division, well, we may well be crowning another champion in the Michelin Cup. It's between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro, with Monegro leading by 33 points. There are 50 points left on the table today, 25 of them in this race. In the overall championship, Joel Monegro leads Javier Ripoll Jr. by 67 points. And in the overall championship, there are 100 points on the table and 50 in this race. Daniel Lewis is still in the hunt as well. As a GT4 driver, he picks up the points in both the overall and the GT4 championship. He is 74 points adrift of Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. So it's going to take a fairly monumental effort from Javier Ripoll Jr. to take this championship, but as we've seen already, anything can happen, and often does, in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. It is the 4th season of this championship, and this is the closing weekend, rounds 7 and 8 at Portimao. We kicked off and Joel Monegro won back-to-back wins there. We also went to Estoril, where Monegro did back-to-back wins there as well. But it was last weekend, this time last week in Valencia, where he got a 5th place in the first race. In the second race, Javier Ripoll Jr. did absolutely everything he could. He threw everything at trying to wind in Joel Monegro to catch him, and almost made it stick, but got it all wrong on the very last lap, the very last corner, and went off into the barriers. But was a very entertaining race, and it just summarizes what a great season we've had as we look at the very pretty looking safety car. We've seen that all race long. Had me confused to start off with. I thought it was in the actual race with the number on the door. Yeah, I quite fancy one of those in the driveway one day. It would be very nice, wouldn't it? Beautiful bit of kit. Porsche, who do a phenomenal job and promote racing around the world, all part of the Porsche pyramid. A lot of drivers come into Porsche Experience Center events where they learn to drive, they learn precision, they learn performance, they discover how to warm tires, how to accelerate, decelerate, how to drive. Then we have the track experience in the Porsche pyramid, where we have the race academies like Rennsport, we have mentoring, we have the GT track days, and then we move to the One Make series, which is where we are here. The likes of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and Porsche Mobile One Super Cup. I was looking at the stats for some of these, and certainly from the perspective of Porsche Carrera Cup Germany has a reach of 2.4 billion households around the world. That is how many people love Porsche racing. I know a lot of people are watching Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I know a lot of people watch us online as well on the Alpha live stream, on the YouTube stream, and I know a lot of people are commenting and cheering on, and we really value you watching us. So a big shout out while we have a pause in proceedings to all those people on the YouTube streams and around the world who are watching and cheering on. We hope you have enjoyed this season. We've loved having you along. We love your enthusiasm. I know we have people watching around the world, even well, certainly there's fans in Canada and Australia, and China has coverage. So really, really good to have you along, and I hope you've enjoyed the racing, and I hope you'll be back for season 5. I hope there'll be a season 5 in 2027. Above the One Make series, after Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Carrera Cup, we move into GT Sport, the international stuff. And then above that, it's the factory racing. We've got Formula E. We've seen Porsche doing so much in the Daytona 24 Le Mans. Of course, Porsche, the most successful team in the history of Le Mans. And of course, it's a Porsche that won the DTM championship in the hands of Ian Chen-Guven last year, and that was a fantastic end of season as well. So yeah, it's been really, really good to see the Porsche pyramid, see drivers coming through that pyramid. This is all part of it, and here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, where the drivers are getting themselves up to speed. For many of them, it's about getting track time. It's about getting that mileage in, as we now ride on board with, I believe that's Joel Monegro coming out, getting ready to come to the grid. But the drivers here who use this time over the winter to get up to speed, challenge themselves, and it makes a difference. We've seen it over the last few seasons of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've seen drivers who have started off in this series, and then when their main series have started, often in March, April, they hit the ground running. They're up to speed. They are warmed up. They're ready to go. And it is an advantage. And it's a real plus. And we certainly encourage drivers to look at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe as a warm-up for their season. Certainly next year, it really does give a leg up. They say summer wins are made in the winter. And when you arrive at the first event of your chosen championship and you've already had races under your belt, you're already up to speed, you've got used to that year's car, then you have that advantage over those competitors who have had a long, hard winter sitting in front of the telly. And we certainly, the drivers at the front of the field this year, we know they're going to feature in their various championships, and we've seen it last year. We saw Flint Schuring winning in the overall championship last year. He went on to win the rookie championship in Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup and was a real player in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany right until the checkered flag. I look at the likes of Milan Marchak and Mathieu Ferreira, and I'm so excited about what's coming up for them. And of course, we've seen Marco Giltrap, we see Joe Warhurst, and Mathieu Ferreira. All these drivers, they are the ones that are going to be making the headlines in a couple of years' time. They're the ones we'll be watching in DTM, in World Endurance, in all the other categories, in Formula E. Really, really exciting to see these young talents coming through the ranks. Right, talking of another talent on the ranks, on the grid at the moment, let's head back down to Piers Brian.
Brian, you flatter. You absolutely do. No talent around here, unfortunately, apart from the drivers on the grid. And with most talent qualifying, Javier Ripoll Jr., our double pole sitter, the man that took his first win in this championship just 1 week ago. He's been trying for so long. 2025 saw a season full of thirds. 2026, up until then, was a season full of seconds. So I'm going to jump on in. Yes. Javier, an opportunity, pole position. You've got the rolling start, so a little bit less jeopardy than potentially a standing start. How are you feeling right now?
Well, ready to the race. Hopefully we can keep it and we can get a gap, and then stay first the whole race. That's the idea. We need to wait for the guys in the back to start fighting, to see if we can make some gap, and that's it.
It's simple when you put it like that. Get out in front, stay there.
Well, it's a big advantage being in first position on the inside, so let's see if we can manage to keep it.
Let's see indeed. Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing going from the inside of the first row. A reminder, this is a rolling start. We've just seen the Sport Division. Pole was on the left, 1x1 stagger. This is a 2x2 rolling start. The outside of the front row, second position, Bert de Hoos, as I'm told that's how you pronounce it. That's my best go at the Dutch pronunciation. Bert, front row. Javier alongside you. Clean run down towards turn one. What are you expecting this race to go like?
What I'm expecting, it will be a rough run in the first corner, but then I hope I'll be the first in the corner and run away.
Have you had any experience racing at this circuit before?
Sorry, once again?
Do you have experience racing at this circuit before?
Yeah, I did 2 times 24-hour race in the GT3 and 4 times in the TCR.
So quite a lot of laps around this circuit.
Yeah,
you know which way it goes.
I know the track. Only the chicane is out now, but yeah, let's see what happens. But I hope on a good result, of course.
Yeah, of course. You've got to get on with it in this one. 30 minutes plus a lap, not 24 hours though.
Yeah, but it is now pushing. The point for me is now to heat up the tires early, and then I can throw away. And that is the key of the race, I think.
Amazing. Bert, congratulations on a good qualifying session. Good luck in the race. Very easy to spot in the ID colours. Bright yellow, bright green, outside of row number 1. Our champion-elect, the man who has it all in his hands. He could be champion at the end of this race if he only makes up 1 or 2 positions. Can I jump in and grab a word with Joel? Joel, I was just saying where you couldn't hear me, it's in your hands. You can take the championship in this race. No matter what anyone else does, if you move at least 1 place forwards, we reckon you're champion.
Well, I have 2 hands, so I get 2 shots at it.
Well, you do quite literally have 2 shots at it. Although, won't be easy. The 2 drivers ahead of you, very, very quick in qualifying. Haven't seen the domination this weekend from you that we've seen at many other rounds. But can you do it in the race?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
What's going to be the secret to doing it in the race? What do you think is going to be critical?
You'll find out.
You always keep your cards close to your chest. Maybe that's why he's been so successful this season. Joel Monegro for track experience by Manthey. He's going from 3rd place inside of row 2. And Tarek Fahmy, the driver that we spoke to in the lunch break, a new driver to this championship. Not much racing experience, only a year or so. Tarek, it's a very vibrant outside of the grid, isn't it? These front 2 rows. How are you feeling on the grid now? I said I'd speak to you on the grid because you were looking very relaxed at lunchtime. It's crunch time now.
Yeah, definitely a bit more nerves, but I'm still relaxed. You know, I'm here to learn. It's first race in this championship, so there's a lot of great talent around me, so a lot to learn from them as well. No expectations, just do my best, try to have fun out there.
That sounds like a great outlook. I very much enjoy that. What things are you going to be concentrating on in this race?
Just trying to be consistent on the race pace, trying to be on the pace as quickly as possible, manage the tires. This is a track with a lot of degradation, so just manage the tires throughout the stint and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Good luck, Tarek. Tarek, a new driver to this championship, new driver to racing in terms of overall experience. Tarek only with a year or so. A driver that we saw up and down the grid, Dean Burden. We collared him in the lunch break. He probably doesn't want to chat to me, but I'm going to chat to him anyway. You're trapped in there, mate. You can't escape this time. Dean Burden. Dean, much higher up the grid this weekend. Yeah. Potentially, not as high potentially as maybe even should have been. So forwards, I suppose, is the goal.
Scruffy qualifying, and I'm still P5, so I'm confident we can make this place up.
Well, scruffy qualifying, but you look very smart. The car looks very smart. So we'll see how it goes. What's your outlook in this one? Is it going to be come to you at the start, the end? What are you thinking?
I like to get it going quite early on, so make as many places up as I can, and yeah, go from there. P3 hopefully onwards.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. At least we know your plan. Dean Burden there from inside of row number 3, and alongside him the Juan of Krista and Andero. Krista is a driver that I have actually had a chance to chat to. Krista, nice to meet you. Is English okay?
English is fine.
English is great because I don't speak.
I expect you don't speak Swedish.
Sorry, say again.
I expect that you don't speak Swedish.
Oh, I don't speak anything other than English, as unfortunately, I wish I did, but here we are. Krista, pace very good in qualifying, a good introduction to the championship. How are you finding it so far?
I had a lot of traffic during qualifying. I expected better. I did a very good free practice, but I thought I would be in a higher position in the qualifying grid.
So your race pace should be good then?
I'm starting on new tires, so I hopefully will have a good race pace, yes.
We did see that actually. You were the only driver that didn't do a double, as far as we're aware, didn't do a double run in qualifying. Was that tactical?
Yes, that was the tactic. But if it was good or bad, it's hard to say because I had a lot of traffic, as I said, in the qualifying. So we'll see how it goes. But I will go out on good tires.
I suppose we'll find out if it was good or bad during this race. Good luck.
Thank you.
Krista Andero going from 6th place. Only one run in qualifying. So, you know, had less opportunity to put a lap down, potentially why he's a bit further down than he was in practice. He was actually fastest, if my memory serves me correct, in the final practice ahead of this race. Peter Zander in the 199 K Kramer racing car is going to go from the inside, number 7. Can I grab a quick one, Peter? Peter, I quite enjoy the fact your car's on air jacks. All the other cars have to kneel on the ground. But how are you feeling ahead of this race?
I have a good feeling. I have a good qualifying. The car is perfect. I think I must have a little bit luck for the race, but the rest we see after the race.
You've done everything. Luck, I can't guarantee if it will go your way, but hopefully it does.
Okay. Yes. We look.
Do you want me to flip a coin for you, or I don't know, rub a four-leaf clover, give you some extra luck?
I don't understand you. Sorry.
I was just trying to think if there's anything I could do to give you some luck.
Yeah. All my family wish me luck.
Okay.
And my friends.
Who's watching you at home? Do you want to say hello to anyone?
Hello home.
Who's watching?
Drückt mir die Daumen. Vielen Dank für euch, fürs Zuschauen.
Well, there you go. Hopefully they'll bring you some luck from home. Lots of support, of course, on this broadcast. A driver, Levent Turkman, on the outside. I think he's in 8th place. Yes, he is. MDM Motorsport. Levent has been up there this season. Very, very strong results at times in the 77. He's had a number of top 5s. Levent, used to seeing you a little higher than this. We're used to seeing you a little higher up the grid than this, but it's especially competitive this weekend.
Yeah, had a bit unfortunate quali this morning. I had a spin and couldn't get my mindset where it had to be. So I hope from now on it will be okay and I will show you a nice podium.
You've got a steely determination in your eyes. I can see it.
Yeah, but it's a difficult track, you know. I find it difficult to find my flow in here. But, you know, at race pace, the best in me comes up. So who knows?
Who knows? What makes it so tricky around here?
Quick, especially quick quarters, you know, like in Valencia, but the speed is higher. And I think especially turn 1 and 12 are buggering me. So I hope to get them straight now.
Okay, good luck in the race there. Apologies for the colourful language there from Levent. He's just, you know, he's getting himself revved up ahead of the race. I think that's about all we've got time for now. Great to hear from the drivers ahead of the race. Looking forward to what is probably going to be the most competitive race we've had this season so far in the club division. I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver to talk us through the start of this round 7.
Thank you so much, Piers. That's another €5 in the swear box. Thank you very much. That could go with Jelte Hoffner's loan. Right, okay, brilliant stuff. The grid is starting to clear. You can't say we don't have any characters in these cars, can you? There's Alexander Dobic, poised and ready for action, down in 9th place at the moment. So he'll be wanting to move forwards from there. 9th has been his worst finish of the season so far. Of course, he's had 3 podiums, a couple of second places in Valencia last time out, and a 3rd place in Estoril. So he'll be quite keen to make up ground from that starting position. But it's so good to see these cars all lined up. Olivier Bertels for Belgium Racing. Piers was saying wouldn't be my choice of number. It stands out, doesn't it? So Olivier for Belgium Racing. You could see him just looking ahead, contemplating what is to come. The drivers all just psyching themselves up, getting themselves in the zone. The last thing they want is a camera in their face. Thumbs up, thank you very much. Hans Frisch for A-Works by Katana Tools, comes from Germany. And he has been a very welcome addition. 4th place has been his best result of the season so far. Somebody we haven't really mentioned, Makoto Haga from Japan for Team GP Elite. Has a GT racing career spanning many series, mainly Japan Cup series. but really welcome here on the grid, and a thumbs up from Makoto Haga. Great to have him here. And there is the 221 of Eric Santos, a driver who started on pole position on the first weekend. That'll feel like a little way away on this. He's 14th in this race, so the pole position in Portimao will feel like a bit of a distant memory, but he can do an awful lot from there. Some would say the pressure is off a little bit when you're further back down the pack. And you can just pick off the cars one by one. I make it sound so easy, don't I? So he can see all those cars in front of him between him and a podium. The grid now starting to clear as we look at the B driver, Tarek Fahmy, in the 42 car as well. And there we wait on board with Joel Monegro. I would say champion-elect. It's going to take something of a sensation for Javier Ripoll Jr. to steal this one away. That's a polite hand signal. He knows that we are watching him. He can see us on the screens. And he knows that we are very excited to ride on board with him. But it's not all over until it's over. And Javier Ripoll Jr. can still do this. In the Michelin Cup, he is 33 points behind with 50 points on the table. In the overall standings, he is 67 points behind with 100 points on the table. So it's all doable. The points are not paid out until they cross the finish line, and Joel Monegro will be mindful of that. We're also there with Dean Burden, who for my money gets entertainer of the day in Valencia, and possibly again already today. He said it was a scrappy qualifying session and he still managed to drag it up to 5th place. I would have a wager on him possibly looking at a podium. The really impressive surprise of the day, Bert de Hoos. You can see him just up there in that green and yellow car on the left-hand side. He has been so rapid in the ID Racing car for Iris Dor, and of course, as already mentioned, the father of Émilie de Hoos, who we saw in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. Dad saying, step aside, let me show you how it's done. Unlike the sport division, this will be a rolling start. So that's why the cars are not staggered on the grid. They will have a formation lap. They will be given the instruction to grid up on the latter part of that formation lap. The drivers are requested to pass through their grid boxes. You can see the white boxes painted on the track. They're not meant to break rank until they cross that big white start-finish line. The stewards don't like it if they fan out too early. And we have in the past seen races won and lost for breaking rank too early. And that's quite an important thing to take into consideration with rolling starts. So the formation lap now about to commence, that critical time to once again get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. I don't think there's any rain in the air at the moment. Long may it stay that way. Although, as already mentioned, the GT4 runners would like it to chuck it down, because that is the great leveller. At the moment is Javier Ripoll Jr. on pole position, Bert de Hoos alongside Joel Monegro. The championship leader has Tarek Fahmy for company. Dean Burden from the UK has Krista Andero alongside him. Then it's Peter Sander and the very entertaining Levent Turpman. We won't tell you what he said about what he's going to do during the race. Alexander Dobic, Marcus Gratian are next up with Hans Frisch, Olivier Berthels. Makoto Haga, all the way from Japan, has Eric Santos for company. Then Jan Klingenberg and Kasper Hockerboom, a little bit disappointed with his qualifying. Daniel Lewis, the leading GT4 car, has Ernst Inderbitzen alongside him. Then it's Henry Wheeler, double duties, has Guido Schmidt for company. Anthony Vince, I believe, is a non-starter after an accident in practice this morning. Henry Wheeler, who we saw in Sport Division just now, he's going to have arms like Popeye by the time he finishes today, isn't he? Doing double duties, taking part in every single race. This one, it will be his 5th start, which should give him the 5 starts he needs for his international race license. I'm very excited to see what the young American driver will do from here. He has been very impressive indeed on the 4 races we've seen so far. As we ride on board with Joel Monegro, as laid back as it gets, keeps his cards close to his chest. We did try to prise information out of him, didn't we? And he's having none of it. Well, the first trick, get the heat in the tyres, and he's weaving as vigorously as the rest of them, generating heat into those Michelin slick tyres, the rest of the field behind. and they head up towards turn 10 now, and the instruction now being given for them to pull up side by side. As the series organizer looking on the big screen, you're on telly. Yeah, all right, yeah. Ooh, if you shouldn't be here, then hide. Thumbs up from all of them, and we say welcome along to Barcelona. We hope you are having a fabulous day in the Spanish sunshine. Yes, the sun is shining as we get ready to commence round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, the penultimate race of the season. The cars looking majestic under the Spanish blue skies. The rain has gone away, and Javier Ripoll Jr. is looking to make amends for the last race in Valencia. But Bert de Hoos, what can he do from that outside front row? He has been looking like a man possessed ever since he turned a wheel for the first time here in Barcelona. Are you ready for this? Let's get ready to go racing. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division coming out of turn 14, and we are go! Out along the pit straight they come, side by side, looking fantastic. Javier Ripoll Jr. with that nose in front as they head down towards turn 1. What is Bert de Hoos going to do? On the outside, keep an eye on Tarek Fakmi, making it 3 abreast for second place. Ripoll Jr. with the nose in front. Monegro just behind him on the inside. But the 42 car tries to sweep round the outside. Now Bert de Hoos coming back after what looked like a difficult turn 1. There are cars going left, right and centre. There's 2 into the barrier. This is going to surely bring out a caution. That looks like Alexander Dobic may have been one of the cars in there. Everybody continuing at the moment. If they can't get going, we will see some kind of caution. Not a great start for Bert de Hoos. We saw him going very wide, struggling to keep it on the track. No such problems for Javier Ripoll Jr. Joel Monegro in that second place. What a start from Dean Burden. Up into third place. We've got a yellow flag at turn 2 at the moment for the incident that we saw. Bert de Hoos coming back on the inside. Still no sign. Right, treble 2 as well. Jan Klingenberg stranded in the gravel. And I think we are surely going to see some kind of caution here, because I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. Having said that, he does spin it around, but we are going full course yellow. So that was separate to the initial incident that we saw. So on board with Dean Burden at the moment. Full course yellow is out. Cars instructed to reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. You don't stand on the brakes, you just lift off the accelerator and drift back down to 80 kilometers an hour, trying to maintain the gaps they had. So we got a bit of work to be done just to clear the track up, but a lively opening lap of the race, the penultimate race of the season for Club Division. And there is Peter Sander. We saw him into the barriers. I thought Alexander Dobic looked like one of them. I might have been wrong there, though. They haven't crossed the timing beam yet, so I don't see the order of any cars. Always hard to tell from a distance who is what and where. Certainly, the cars at the front, no issues there. It was Ernst Inderbitzen who was noted as being involved with Peter Sander. Looking to see whether there's any other indication. So it wasn't Dobic. So as you were, Dobic fans, it's not like me to make you panic, is it? So we're all good. And no other cars apart from the treble 2 of Jan Klingenberg that have issues. So 3 cars with those issues. So to summarise, under full course yellow, Javier Ripoll Jr. leads the way. Joel Monegro in second. If the race finishes now, Monegro will be the champion. Dean Burden up into third place. A podium would be very deserved. He's looked like a race winner from the moment he stepped on track last weekend and indeed this weekend, but for some bad luck and wild rides. But now could potentially be in a position to win this race. He will be aware that Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro have a championship to think of. He doesn't. He would like the biggest trophy available, He's probably got space in his suitcase and would love to take that back to the UK with him. So he will probably be more willing to get the elbows out than the 2 cars in front of him, and he will be aware of that as he is in that 3rd place. Tarek Fahmy in 4th place, also looking good. Right, we're green again. So we're back to racing. Who's anticipated it well? Well, Burden's anticipated it reasonably well. There is 2nd and 1st just ahead of him. They're well clear of Tarek Fahmy, who has not anticipated the start. Olivier Berthels in the treble 9 car, he's done a great start. He started down in 12th and he's up to 5th place. Bert de Hoos started on the front row. He's got a lot of work to do to get back up into a podium position. But Olivier Berthels, what a great start from him. And now Berthels starts to put the challenge onto Tarek Fahmy. So Berthels, man on a mission, the 999 car, sweeping around the outside, but he can't get it slowed down, or he can just. And now he has the position signed and sealed. So Fahmy is going to have Bert de Hoos breathing down his trumpet in a few seconds, as Berthels already puts space between himself and the 5th place car. So Berthels may well be up with the lead trio before too long. We've got 25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race, so plenty of time. Now Bert de Hoos lining up the 42 car of Tarek Fahmy in towards turn 1. We heard from Fahmy in the lunch break, very much new to this. There's Dobic, very much in this race, very much going wheel to wheel with Marcus Gratian. So Gratian in 7th place, soon to be 8th place, with Alexander Dobic trying to work his way past. In fact, Gratian has managed to hold on to that 7th place, so good job there. But Dobic certainly putting the pressure on as he tries to move up from that 8th place. Tarek Fahmy in 5th place, Bert de Hoos just behind. And look how quickly Olivier Berthels has broken clear of them. Now look behind that, Levin Turkman, Alexander Dobic. Also in there is the 83 car, Makoto Haga and Christopher Andero. So that's quite a scrap that's going on. That is for 7th place at the moment. Levin Turkman is the one who's leading that battle. We've got a yellow flag at turn 3. The 718 car, I believe, of Marcus Gratian may have come to grief up on turn 3. So Marcus Gratian, he's just started moving again, so maybe it was somebody else. But we've got a yellow up at turn 3. We'll try and find out who that is while we focus on this battle. There's lots of it going on, and we are full course yellow once again. I think Bert de Hoos will know he's going to kick that place back. He'd just done his dive bomb just as the full course yellow came out. Has had to give that place back to Tarek Fahmy, and I think that was a very wise decision. So, full course yellow once again, an incident up at turn 3. But I'm not entirely sure who or what has caused that incident at the moment. Might be Hans Frisch. No, don't think it's him. I'm just looking to see who's moving and who isn't. Javier Ripoll Jr., certainly the race leader and with the fastest lap. Joel Monegro only needs to finish in 2nd place. There we go. It's the Molnar car of Marcus Gratian. So was Marcus Gratian, Portuguese driver. And my thanks to Burkhard Bechtel, who gave me some info on him. He was from Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. He was P6 in the 992.1 in the Manthey track experience car, along with Joel Monegro. He's also got LMP3 experience. So not ending well here, though. He's looks like he's in the barrier and out of this race. Certainly he's brought out the full course yellow. Dean Burden, in that 3rd place, can see the top step of the podium potentially. 2 cars ahead of him. How feisty is he going to get trying to get past Monegro and Ripoll Jr.? I have to say, the speed that Berthels was pulling on that last lap, he may well want to get Monegro behind him, because Berthels certainly looked very, very quick. We'll see how that shakes out. There is Berthels just in the background. That's your lead trio. And Burden ready. You just know his foot is poised over the accelerator, and as soon as that green comes out, we'll look to make the jump on Joel Monegro, knowing that Monegro needs to finish this race to get his championship put to bed. So there's Burden having a look to the outside, make sure Monegro knows he's there. And on board with Burden on the right-hand side. I'm just waiting to see any indication we're going to go green. It's all very sudden. The drivers need to be on their toes. There's no just slacking out and waiting for it to come to you, because when we go green, they get at most 10 seconds warning, and then they've got to be on it. Races are so often won and lost on the restart after a full course yellow. We're approaching the 1/3 point of this race. It's been a little bit interrupted so far. More full course yellows than green flag racing is what it feels like, but we've still got 2/3 of it to come, and we've got potentially a championship to be decided. 1, 2, 3. What a great sight is that? The podium finishes at the moment, but what order are they all going to be there when the checkered flag falls? We got 20.5 minutes to find out as we get ready to go back to green flag racing. Not quite yet, still clearing the track. And you can just see Dean Burden is itching to get on it, isn't he? Javier Ripoll Jr. would be quite happy just to leave things as they are, because that would be a race win. Right, full course yellow is about to finish. Are you ready for this? We're on board with Dean Burden. Is he going to anticipate this well? In the next few seconds, we are about to get back to green flag. We are go. Here we go there. Burden has anticipated it well. He's on to Monegro. Monegro a little bit slow out of the blocks. Ripoll has also pulled away, so Monegro disadvantaged a little bit. Out along the pit straight they come, in towards turn 1. Burden picking up his slipstream. Looks to the left, looks to the right. Is he going to make a challenge? Back to the outside again, in towards turn 1. Monegro clearly driving with one eye on the mirror. Into turn 1 they come. Monegro in that second place. Dean Burden in third place. They're well clear of Olivier Bertels at the moment. But Bertels may well be making inroads into this trio. On board once again with Dean Burden. You can see how hard he is pushing. We know how hard he pushes. Now has a little peek to the inside of Monegro. Sees the opportunity of moving up a step on the podium. Monegro goes deep into the corner. The driver who has won all bar one of the races so far this season, being challenged for that second place. Javier Ripoll Jr., the only other driver to have won this season in the club division, leading the way, wants to make it a second win ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Monegro suddenly having to defend like mad. A gift for Javier Ripoll Jr. as he's able to break clear out the front to over a second. Now Dean Burden needs to get the job done. He needs to get it done quickly. He has a little look once again at Joel Monegro. They're up into turn 10, round to turn 11. Now into 12. He'll want to be as close as possible into 12, 13 and 14. Get a good exit at a turn 14, and he may well be in a position to challenge Joel Monegro out along the pit straight and into turn 1. Not as close as he'd like to be, I don't think. Monegro giving it everything. Burden has to be careful to keep it within track limits. Right, out of 14, they come onto the pit straight. This is the opportunity for Burden. Is he close enough? Doesn't look like it. Monegro stretches his legs just a little. Meanwhile, Javier Ripoll Jr. records the fastest lap. Burden has a look to the inside into turn 1. Is he going to break late? Is he trying to sell the dummy? Monegro has him covered off at the moment into turn 1. Once again, round to turn 2. They will come. So, things remaining as they were at the moment, but still plenty more to come. 17.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. So that's the battle for second place. Joel Monegro, championship leader. If the race finishes now, he will be champion. Javier Ripoll Jr. can only lead, can only do all that he can from the front and hope for the best from behind. He will be willing Dean Burden to try and get past the 224 car and take the championship to the next round, the last race of the day later on. Now Dean Burden doesn't need much willing, does he? He's to the inside of Joel Monegro, has a nose in front briefly. Monegro with the late break into the corner. Holds on to that second place. Again, Dean Burden, never say die, never give up. Looks to one side, looks to the other, monstering the 224 car. Tucks back to the inside. Dean Burden giving it all that he has at the moment. Bertels is still well behind, so at the moment, you can see how hard Dean Burden is pushing into the corner. The back end struggling with adhesion. As he turns in, you can see the back end just sliding into turn 13. And around to 14, they come back out onto the pit straight. Burden looks to have dropped back a little on that lap. Not going to be in a position to challenge into turn 1 this time around. Ripoll Jr. continues to record fastest laps, 2.3 seconds clear of this fight now. Olivier Bertels behind them, 3.1 seconds back from this battle. Then we have Bert de Hoos moving his way back forwards, further back. More challenges going on from Krista Andero, running alongside with Makoto Haga. Andero to the inside. That was for 9th place. Haga has it covered off. So Haga in 9th place at the moment, but Krista Andero trying to move his way up from that 10th place. Our leading GT4 car, Daniel Lewis, sterling job, up into 13th place. Henry Wheeler in 14th place and 2nd in the GT4s. Reaching the halfway point of the race, there's Levent Turkman in 6th place. Tarek Fahmy, Alexander Dobic, all running nose to tail. Bert de Hoos has broken clear in that 5th place, sets about after Olivier Bertels. Full course yellow infringement noted. Well, that's an ominous sign to appear on the timing screen, isn't it? Doesn't say who, but we have a potential infringement under full course yellow that is under investigation. We'll keep one eye on that. Tarek Fahmy will keep one eye on his rearview mirror because Alexander Dobic is about to appear in his side mirror as well. He's challenged to one side, he ducks to the inside. Dobic still behind, now tries to go the long way round. Late braking into the corner, back on the power. Fahmy has him covered at the moment, but that 7th place looking more and more under threat into turn 13 and then round to 14 once again. And surely Dobic is going to make a challenge now out along the pit straight towards turn 1. It's Alexander Dobic versus Tarek Fahmy into turn 1. Advantage Fahmy in 7th at the moment, but now Dobic looks to the inside. Is he selling the dummy? No, he's not. He's late braking into the corner. The 42 car has the momentum round the outside, but now Dobic carrying the speed through the corner, pulls alongside Fahmy, just about clawing onto that position. 7th place at the moment. Turkman well clear of them up ahead. Still Fahmy holds on to 7th. Dobic's going to have to do it all again. The very pretty purple car, the 42, Tarek Fahmy, the driver from Egypt for B Drive. Holding off the 33 car, Alexander Dobic from Ukraine for Hadeka Racing. In fact, Alexander Dobic, not just from Hadeka Racing, he is the owner of Hadeka Racing. He's seen the sister car with Frank Porter, who was at the wheel in the previous race, and now he races a car himself. A 5-second time penalty has been awarded to car 30 for track limits. That's Guido Schmidt, who's down in 17th at the moment. So Guido Schmidt with a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits on turn 14. Everybody else running clean at the moment. Makoto Haga has had a disallowed lap, but no other penalty has been allowed. Right, first, second, third, running absolutely nose to tail out past the pits. Monegro has closed in on our race leader. We're on board with Dean Burden once again looking in towards turn 1. The brakes come on the Joel Monegro car. He's in that 3rd place at the moment, but just one little mistake and all of this could change in an instant. Dean Burden looks to have the pace. Can he do anything about it? He is now the quickest man on the track. Dean Burden with a 1:46.555. In 3rd place, but the fastest man on the track. Monegro has closed in on Javier Ripoll Jr. The first 3 all compressing at the front of the field. 1, 2, 3, nothing between them now. Burden putting the pressure on from behind. Javier Ripoll Jr. now feeling the might of Joel Monegro. Monegro, who tends to bide his time, wait for his moments. Ripoll Jr. needs to keep it focused, not make mistakes. Monegro knows if he makes a move on Javier Ripoll Jr. and it doesn't stick, Burden will take both of them. Burden is impatient. He looks to the outside, into the corner, ducks back behind the 224 car. In the background, Olivier Bertels has them in sight, but not close enough to get involved. Bertels once again late under braking into turn 10 and 12, and then round to 13. And then it'll be out onto the pit straight once again. We're on board with Dean Burden. We hear the whine of the transmission. And then on to the power. And it's full beans now, out along the straight. Up to 265 kilometers an hour in 6th gear before the braking of turn 1. The 2nd gear corner. Ripoll Jr. has responded, opened up a bit of a gap, just under 8 tenths, but Burden is still the fastest man on the track. A warning flag has been shown to Alexander Dobic for a potential full course yellow infringement. So that might be something that could come back to haunt him when this race is done and dusted. No issues over the first 3 at the moment. No warnings hanging over any of them that I can see. Javier Ripoll Jr. started on pole position. It was his 4th pole position of the year. Looking for his 2nd win of the year. His main championship rival, Joel Monegro, just needs to finish where he is now to take the championship with 1 round to spare. But have you ever heard of a racing driver who is prepared to back off and just come home in 2nd? He wants the win. He wants to take the championship by winning this race. Ripoll Jr. will be getting tired. Will be focused on the road ahead, trying not to be distracted by those flashing lights from the 224 car behind. Monegro taking a tighter line through the corner. What has Dean Burden got up his sleeve? Has he still got some energy in those tyres? Ripoll Jr. goes deep into the corner. That's what Monegro was trying to make him do, trying to make him miss a braking point. Suddenly Monegro is looking more menacing than ever on Javier Ripoll Jr. Burden needs to be closer so that he can pounce if these 2 cars are running side by side. Ripoll Jr. gathers it all up again. The S1 racing car heads past the pits into turn 1 with less than 9 minutes remaining. Can Ripoll Jr. hold on for another 9 minutes? Can Dean Burden do anything about Joel Monegro? Meanwhile, Bert de Hoos coming back after a difficult opening lap. The fastest man on the track in 5th place, tracking down Olivier Bertels. The gap between de Hoos and Bertels is 2.7 seconds, so still plenty to come there. Burden almost with a nose alongside Monegro. Less than 8.5 minutes remaining. Now Monegro onto Javier Ripoll Jr. This is brilliant stuff. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. If any one of these drivers makes a mistake, it will be all over. Ripoll Jr. goes deep into the corner. Monegro now running side by side. Burden not close enough to take advantage of this. Monegro with a nose in front, but Ripoll Jr. coming back now. Here comes Dean Burden as well. 1st and 2nd running side by side. We almost go 3 abreast. Dean Burden is there as well. Monegro with a nose back in front. Ripoll Jr. fighting with all he has, but now Dean Burden getting involved as well. Dean Burden alongside Javier Ripoll Jr. The 2 cars side by side for 2nd place. Burden tries to take both of them, goes deep into the corner, drops back into 3rd place, and now Monegro in the lead. Meanwhile, Bert de Hoos is closing in on all of them, but our new race leader, Joel Monegro, Javier Ripoll Jr. drops back into 2nd place. Dean Burden made such a good attempt, but was unable to move forward from that 3rd place. What a spectacular battle between these 3 drivers. Respect given, space given. A wonderful battle. At the moment, Monegro now leads the way. He is just over 7 minutes away from a title, from a championship win. Now Javier Ripoll Jr. to the inside into turn 1 under braking. Can he get it slowed down? Not quite enough. Joel Monegro comes back, but Ripoll Jr. has the traction on the exit of the corner, retakes the lead. Monegro's going to have to do it all again. On board with Dean Burden once again in that 3rd place. He has the best view of this battle. He'd rather be watching it in his rearview mirror. Meanwhile, Olivier Bertels is closing in on both of them, and Monegro's gone onto the gravel. Joel Monegro, the race leader, into the gravel. Javier Ripoll Jr. drops back. Dean Burden takes the lead of the race. It was all looking so good with less than 7 minutes remaining. We'll need to see a replay to see what happens, but Ripoll Jr. is down to third. Olivier Bertels holds it all together to go up into second place. Just over 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. It's Dean Burden who leads the way from Olivier Bertels. We're not done yet. Javier Ripoll Jr. in third. Bert de Hoos in fourth place. Levent Turtman, Tarek Fakmi, Alexander Domek. Championship leader Joel Monegro in 8th place. So all to play for still. You got to get it to the finish line to get the points. Looking at the points standings now. So third place to Javier Ripoll Jr. If the race finished now, Joel Monegro with an 8th place. His only real plus from it is that Javier Ripoll Jr. dropped back as well. So by my calculations, if the race finished now, it would be a 25-point lead for Joel Monegro in the Michelin Cup. So he would just clinch the championship if things remain as they are now, because Javier Ripoll Jr. dropped back. Right, let's have a look here at the replay. Burden looked to the inside. The two cars were running together. They just got together, heading into the corner. I think Monegro was trying to shut the door on Javier Ripoll Jr. I've seen no investigations flashing up, so the race stewards will be looking at that. They have more angles on that than I do, and they will take a look at that. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr. is back up with Olivier Bertels. So 4 3/4 minutes remaining. The championship still up in the air. Dean Burden leading the way, but he's got to hold on to it now for 4.5 minutes. Olivier Bertels has been man on a mission all the way through this race. Bert de Hoos is not too far behind as well. Probably a little bit too far to challenge. There he is at the top of your screen. But Javier Ripoll Jr., if he can get past Olivier Bertels, will take the championship to the last round. But he's got to get past him. And at the moment, Olivier Bertels looking the quickest of all of them. Dean Burden now, having been attacking for so long, is having to defend. He's got 4 minutes of this in the back end of the car. You can see he's losing traction. The tyres are crying no more. And now Bertels gets his nose in, and Dean Burden sees his lead disappear. He's down into second place. So Olivier Bertels, Dean Burden just struggling for the grip, taking so much out of the tyres, getting to the front. And now Olivier Bertels leads the way. The 999 car crosses the line. What a spectacular race this has been. Good racing from all of these drivers. Meanwhile, Joel Monegro still down in 8th place. Javier Ripoll Jr. is not done yet. He wants to move up into that second place, get those valuable points. Burden goes deep into the corner. You can see that Dean Burden's tyres are absolutely shot on the number 56 Eden race car. Up ahead, you can see the leader from the perspective from Dean Burden. But Burden now more occupied with what's behind, and keep an eye on Bert de Hoos, who is closing in on all of them in that 4th place. But time is running out. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. It could all change yet. Joel Monegro down in 8th place, having led the race briefly. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 3rd place, having led the majority of this race. Dean Burden in 2nd place, having briefly led this race. Olivier Bertels now leading the race for the first time and wants to keep it there for the next 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to take a first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Continuing to look at the points, 3rd and 8th, that's the two that we're looking at the moment. And if things remain as they are, I believe, and it is very much subject to confirmation, that Monegro will just about take the championship with 1 round to spare. But that is very much subject to confirmation by the various people who calculate these things. I think that he would just about do it. In terms of the Michelin Cup, I think it would be a 51-point gap, so he wouldn't be able to do it for the overall championship. So I think Monegro needs to try and get 1 more position to get this done and dusted before we head into the next round. It will be incredibly close. We're doing the maths here. But it's not all over. Nothing is to be assumed because Dean Burden has now closed back in on Olivier Bertels. It looks like Javier Ripoll Jr. has possibly run out of grip in that third place. He's dropped back, and if Bert de Hoos gets past Javier Ripoll Jr., it really will be game over for the championship as far... Oh, and he's gone straight on! Javier Ripoll Jr. goes wide onto the gravel. This could be his championship gone. Javier Ripoll Jr. keeps the power on, keeps it out of the barrier, but he's outbraked himself with a little over a minute plus 1 lap remaining. He rejoins in front of the 42 car, so he's actually only lost 1 position in doing that, but that might be critical when all is said and done. Clearly the grip is absolutely gone on those tyres. Olivier Bertels, what an astonishing race from him. He's come to the front of the pack and he now leads the way. Dean Burden, with no pressure from behind now, probably doesn't quite have the grip and the pace to get back to the front of the race, but a second place will be something of a reward for what has been a spectacular half an hour of racing. What a race it has been. There are now just 10 seconds remaining on the clock. I think Bertels is going to hit the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0. So it will be 1 more lap and then the +1 lap. So 2 laps in total remaining of this race. So there's a lot of investigations to be going after the race as well. But at the moment, Olivier Bertels leads the way. The incident between Javier Ripoll Jr. and it did say 224 Joel Monegro to be investigated after the race. So everything is going to be subject to confirmation here. Olivier Bertels, no investigations hanging over him, neither for Dean Burden that I can see. He has had a lap disallowed, Burden, but he hasn't picked up any penalties. So I think first and second are looking good. Bert de Hoos with the charge of the race, the fastest lap of the race, just 3.4 seconds back. He'd be happy if this race was twice as long because he'd probably win it. But as things are at the moment, it's Olivier Bertels who's leading the way with about a lap and a half remaining of this race, the penultimate race of the season. And we've had some great racing from the club division this season, but this one probably the best of all. What a battle for the lead. We've had so many lead changes, and Dean Burden wants to make it 1 more before the checkered flag comes out. Olivier Bertels looking solid in that lead at the moment. The gap was 0.614 last time across the start-finish line, a little over 0.6 of a second. We'll see whether Burden has taken anything out of it with 1 lap remaining. Has he got anything else up his sleeve on the final lap of the race? Well, he's taken a 10th out of the lead. Olivier Bertels not looking like he's been putting anything wrong at any point. Absolute perfect, but Burden does close up, under braking into turn 1. Opportunities now slipping away. He'll have to find something that doesn't involve the pit straight, because the next time they arrive on the pit straight, there'll be a checkered flag waiting for them. This is the view from second place, 56, Dean Burden looking at Olivier Bertels. Bertels looking a little bit nervous into the corner. Is Burden going to try anything? With 3/4 of a lap remaining, less than that now, maybe 2/3. Olivier Bertels in the lead. Burden practically pushing him around that final lap of the race. Bert de Hoos a little bit too far back to challenge for a top step of the podium, but could get a 3rd place out of this. Burden is not done yet. You can see the pressure is still on. Bertels focused on what's ahead, not what's behind. On board again with Dean Burden. Time running out, heading in to turn 10 for the very, very last time and around to turn 11. And then it'll be just 12, 13 and 14. Olivier Bertels, a solid drive. He started in 12th place. He picked off the cars 1 by 1. He kept out of trouble while everybody else was tripping over each other. And he moved to the front of the pack He's got a back marker in front of him. He flashes the lights to tell Ernst Inderbitzen to move aside because he wants to see that checkered flag. It's going to be a win for Olivier Bertels. Second for Dean Burden. Third for Bert de Hoos. Then it'll be Levent Turtman. Now, Javier Ripoll Jr. in fifth place. And that's not going to be enough to take the championship. I think Joel Monegro will have done enough to take the championship with one race remaining. I'm just doing the maths. He's certainly got the Michelin Cup tied up. Just looking at the overall championship as well. And by my calculations, it's a double championship for Joel Monegro. The overall championship and the Michelin Cup championship signed and sealed with one race remaining. But boy, what a race that was. And the headline, Olivier Bertels takes the win for Belgium Racing. Fantastic. What a race. We're still waiting for Daniel Lewis to come home and take the win in the GT4 category. He had the GT4 title sewn up sometime back in Portimao. Jan Klingelberg next, then Henry Wheeler, who will be second in the GT4 category. But that's a race we will be replaying for a long time to come. It went the way of Olivier Bertels. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card at the start of this race. Dean Burden in second, Bert de Hoos in third, Levent Turtman, and then Javier Ripoll Jr. did everything he could, but it was fifth place. Alexander Dobik ahead of Tarek Fahmy. Joel Monegro wins the championship, but with an 8th place finish ahead of his sister car, driven by Eric Santos. Krista Andero in 10th ahead of Casper Hockerboom. Then Daniel Lewis winning the GT4 race ahead of Jan Klingelberg. Second in the GT4s, Henry Wheeler, 14th overall. And they were ahead of Makoto Hagar for Team GP Elite. And then it was Ernst Inderbitzen, Guido Schmidt. Then we saw issues for Marcus Gratian and Hans Frisch early on in the race. Boy, that was fantastic stuff. Absolutely spectacular. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. What a race that turned out to be. I've got one eye on the timing screen to see if there's any penalties. Honestly, it's like a small novel reading the timing screens. A lot of track limit infringements and incidents to be investigated. But as far as I'm aware, nothing that is going to affect our race winner. Car 110 wasn't following race direction. That's Krista Andero. But certainly nothing involving the podium finishers. A little bit of damage on the front of the car. What do they say? Rubbing is racing. There was a little bit of rubbing in that. But on the whole, brilliant, respectful racing. And Olivier Bertels will climb from the car. Got the wrong number on his overalls. We don't mind about that. And I'm not sure even he was expecting that when he started that race. To remind you, he started in 12th place on the grid in a car that was identical to most of those around him. And he won. He kept out of trouble when everybody else was tripping over each other. And he just kept his head clean. Second place, Dean Burden. What a job he did as well. Has been looking quick, both in Valencia and here in Barcelona. So close to taking a race win, but it wasn't to be. And the front row starter, Bert de Hoos. I really hope we're going to see some more of Bert behind the wheel of the ID racing car. He knows how to pedal a Porsche, doesn't he? There is Dean. I think he's knackered after that. Looked like very hard work. So into Parc Fermé they will come. And congratulations from the team at Belgium Racing. And I can see Piers there, and he's with our race winner. That was an absolute thriller. Let's hear from our race winner.
Olivier, 12th place on the grid, through to the win. That must be amazing.
It's amazing. It's a result I never hoped for, but they're first.
Amazing. Talk us how you managed to do it. What happened? How did you get through so many cars in the first few laps?
I had a quite good start, and then I was quite good at the traffic. So the traffic management was okay. The car was really okay. So
perfect. There you go. And you were pushed hard by Dean at the end there. He was right there.
yes, but I won.
You did. Congratulations. And we'll let you go and celebrate with the
Thank
team.
you.
Congratulations, Belgium Racing and Olivier Berthels from 12th on the grid. I'm really interested to see hear Dean Burden's opinion of that race. Dean, I mean, you never have a dull race, do you?
No, apparently not. No.
What, so you were third, then you were in the lead, then you were second.
Made a mistake.
Yeah.
First time leading, got the better of me. A couple of mistakes, got around me, but then I made the gap up, so I'm happy with second.
Second place, I mean, absolutely happy with second place. Still a great result. Pretty much pushing Olivier over the line, but so much went on in that race. Just talk us through some of those battles, especially with Javier and...
1 and 2 overshot, didn't they? And I was there just to collect it, and the right place, right time on it, I suppose.
Can you win the last one?
I'll give it a go.
You always do.
I'll give it a go.
Dean Bird in their second place, and our third place driver, Bert de Hoos, is over here. Bert was a driver that, again, was up, down, round in the order. Bert, dramatic race for you there. Up and down the order, all over the place, but still a podium.
Yeah, it was a little bit of luck. I destroyed completely the start. That was not good.
But
all what I can say.
Say again?
That was not good. That is all what I can say about it, because that is not how you want to start a race.
But hey, it's one of those things you still managed to get through it mostly unscathed.
Yeah, okay, but it was a little bit of luck that two in front of me goes off, and still a podium, but not deserved.
Still a podium. Well, no, it was still deserved. You had to be at the right place at the right time. Bert de Hoos, third place, congratulations. We're now going to hand back to Brian Oliver to walk us through, which I'm calling it now, most dramatic Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division race of all time.
Yes, I agree, Piers. You're on the money there. That is one I'm going to need to rewatch a few times over. We've been a little bit just reserved about declaring champions yet, just because there are a few stewards' inquiries underway. But let's have a look back on what was possibly the race, best race ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It was all wild from the word go, wasn't it? Bert de Hoos, you know, beating himself up there about that start. He was somewhere in downtown Barcelona trying to get back on the track. He did regather it up. Olivier Berthels, nobody had him on their radar. Look at him there, just sneaking away. Of course, the first caution came out. We had cars everywhere. Jan Klingenberg was one into the gravel trap, one of many. Dean Burden was man on a mission, and he's like, championship leader, I don't care, I'm coming past. Joel Monegro was feeling the full might of the Eden race Porsche. Further back, everybody trying to pick up those points, pick up those positions. There you saw Makoto Haga also having a good race, and a good start from Tarek Fahmy, but Alexander Dobik, he was trying to recover from what was a tough qualifying session. Krista Andero was the driver going head-to-head with Makoto Haga, but it was the battle for the lead that was sensational. These three glued together, it felt like a grenade that was waiting to go off, and it did go off. Ripoll Jr. Monegro running side by side for much of the race. Dean Burden fancying three abreast at one point, not scared to get involved, and then keeping out of the way here. Very wise when the two cars do eventually get together. A little bit of contact between Ripoll Jr. and Monegro, and that's something that the stewards are looking at. Dean Burden was there just looking to the left and to the hungry, I think is the word. That was that moment where Monegro is speared off into the gravel. That is the moment where the race stewards are taking a look. I don't think there's going to be anything that will steal away a championship. Monegro has probably done enough to get it done, but this race was still raging on. Suddenly, it was Berthels versus Burden, and we didn't expect that. It was Olivier Berthels who came out in front, and Burden had to put the pressure on to try and come back, and then the moment when all the Ripoll Jr. fans' hearts sank and we saw him disappearing off of the gravel. He kept it going, was able to come back, but it wasn't going to be enough. And then out of the final corner, Olivier Berthels saw that checker flag, took that win, and celebrated what was one of the races, best races we've seen ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've seen some crackers over the years, but that one is up there with the best of them. Piers is over on the podium now and getting ready for our podium ceremony.
Wow, what a race that was. The round 7 of the sport club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we now have the podium, and we'll start with our third place driver. The driver that was surprised to make it there, the driver for ID Racing from the Netherlands, Bert de Hoos. Bert de Hoos. Come on, Bert. It's your podium time. He's grabbing his water. Bert de Hoos, everyone. Third place. For the ID Racing team, the number 7. The driver in second place for Eden Motorsport was Dean Burden. But our eventual winner, just about, the 999 from 12th place on the grid, Olivier Bertels. Congratulations, Olivier, and congratulations to the Belgian racing team. And we will also have our GT4 winner, once again, from England for race car consultants, Dan Lewis. Congratulations, Dan, and our top 3 in the club division. We will now have the Belgian national anthem for Olivier Bertels. Congratulations once again to our top 3. The podiums and the presentation of the trophies will be from series coordinator Lars Plater and Jose Luis Santamaria, managing director from the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. Third place trophy going to Bert de Hoos for ID Racing. Congratulations, Bert. And handshakes for all of our top 3 and our GT4 winner. Second place trophy handed out by series organizer Lars Plato. That goes to Dean Burden. And then once again, Jose Luis Santamaria, Managing Director of Circuit Barcelona Catalunya, will hand out our winning trophy to both of Olivier Bertels in the Michelin Cup and also Daniel Lewis in the GT4s. They raised the trophy to the loft. An unexpected win for Olivier Bertels, but a win nonetheless. He'll take it and add that to his trophy collection. We'll gather our top 3 and our GT4 winner on the top step of the podium now for their photo opportunity. This is potentially a top 3 that wasn't predicted by many ahead of this race. But what an incredible race we have just witnessed for round 7, and we're hoping for even more brilliant racing in the next event as well. We're going to ask camera operator James to go to the right hand side so we can get a photo, as the camera from down there is going to get all of the top drivers on the podium. But they've still got one more race to go. That's coming up this afternoon. But before then, we have round 8 of the sport division. We are looking forward to seeing how that one ends. We've already crowned our champion in the sport division, but still plenty more to race for. Close racing, tight battling, and I'll hand back to Brian, or well, in a moment we'll be handing to Brian, but just stay exactly where you are for the final race of the sport division. That's coming up next.
This is it, everybody. It's been emotional. We've had 7 rounds of the sport division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we have just 1 round remaining. 1 race, 30 minutes plus 1 lap of their season remaining, and we ride on board our brand new champion, who takes the trophy over from Flint Schuring, Milan Marchak. The clouds up above look at a little bit menacing. There's some blue sky up there as well. But Milan Marchak now coming round to take his position on the grid, having secured the championship with 1 round remaining. Walter Boerkamp's Marco Giltrap not here this weekend, so not been a great deal of pressure from Milan, but he would love to go out on a high. We had a controversial first race. We saw Gianluca Tucciaroglu cross the line first, but he picked up a penalty for exceeding track limits. And it was the pole sitter, Mateus Ferreira, who started on that pole position, funnily enough, who inherited that lead. Ferreira starts on pole position again with the new champion alongside him. Gianluca Tucciaroglu will be starting in third place. But he's got the very rapid Alex Ryman, another driver who fell foul of the stewards. So Ryman and Tucciaroglu both with a point to prove. Behind them will be Theo Elenas and Jelte Hofner. So once again, it's an embarrassment of riches on the grid. So much talent at the front. Ferreira will be mindful of the fact that he didn't have a great launch at the start of the previous race and will want to finish off this part of his season and get ready for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in the best way possible by getting a good start from that pole position and for leading every lap of the race. Easier said than done, particularly when you have a brand new champion in the shape of Milan Marchak nibbling at your heels or indeed alongside you. There's going to be a lot of tension at the start as these cars head in towards that first turn. Right, let's head back down to the grid where Piers Pryor is waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Brian. We haven't got long, so I'm going to jump in quickly and get the interviews done. The 3-minute board has already been called. So we look ahead to the final race of the season, and the driver on pole position for that final race was the eventual winner of round 7. Matthias, I suppose you want to win this one on the road?
Yeah. I'm happy we won that one because he got a penalty, but I really want to finish the championship with a win in the track.
You said to me after the race, you know what you have to do in this one, so we'll look forward to seeing how you get on in this one. Pole sitter, GP Elite. That is Mateus Ferreira, the driver that's been on pole position for 6 of the 8 rounds so far. Second place in this one, and our champion, Milan Marchak. Milan, champion already, one more race to go. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it feels great to be the champion, of course. I'm very happy. And now I hope we can finish another great job in race 2. Because, it will be very great.
It would be good to end the season as champion with a win.
Yeah, I hope we can get a win here, and we'll do everything we can, and we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Well, the 1-minute board has been shown already. The grid is starting to be cleared. One more race to go in the sport division, and that's coming up next.
Brilliant. Thank you, Piers. Nice quick grid ball there, wasn't it? So there you can see we're getting ready for the 1-minute board to be shown, and we will then be on the final formation lap of the season for the sport division on what has been a classic season. We say it every year, but it always is. The Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe just always delivers, and this year has felt like just epic racing. I can't think of a single race there's been anything less than a thriller, and this could top them all. Mateus Ferreira, Milan Marchak, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, Alex Ryman, 4 of the real young, talented, up-and-coming superstars of Porsche Cup racing, all with something to prove. Nobody is thinking about the championship. Everybody is thinking about the podium and a trophy. It's elbows out racing. This is it. A chance just to go for it with no championships to think of. We still do have the rookie championship, and Henry Wheeler is the rookie pole sitter, 13th on the grid. He's not in the rookie title fight, but yes, Aborted certainly is. He starts 16th, and Levin Gelf starts in 19th place. So they will be battling it out for that rookie title as we come into this race. Unofficially, because it hasn't been confirmed by anybody, but I believe that Polderdijk leads Levin Gelf by 13 points. So he is very much in the strongest position, and Gelf is really going to need Polderdijk to have something of a howler to be able to take this one in the final round. So very much advantage Polderdijk. That is the only championship that we are watching in this race, because everything else has been decided. And it's sometimes when you haven't got a championship to be fought for that you see the really good racing, because finishing fourth is, well, finishing second is the first loser. Finishing fourth is just invisible. Matías Ferreira starts on pole position. Milan Marchak alongside Gianluca Tucciaroglu has Alex Ryman alongside him. Teo Elenas, it's Est1 Racing running together once again. Jelter Hofner there. Also, David Duoc and Sebastian Freimuth. That is the first 8 on the grid. Keep an eye on Frank Portehuis and Joe Warhurst. They are 9th and 10th ahead of Nikola Milkovic, Max Mutschlechner. Henry Wheeler, the pole sitter for the rookies, has Nick Ho alongside him. Then Luciano Martinez, rookie points leader. Jesse Polderdijk is 16th on the grid. And then in 17th place, it's Sebastian Schmidt, Nick Hunter and Levin Gelf, with a lot of work to do if he wants to take this rookie championship. It is the final race of the season for the sport division, round 8 of an 8-round season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got the club division coming up later, but before all of that, the final race for the sport division. And we once again ride on board with Frank Portehuis in the Hadeka racing car, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes, getting up to temperature. Remember the track limits issues. That could be an ongoing saga. It determined the winner of the last race. It could so easily be the case again here. And of course, we have that standing start. We've got that 579-metre run up to turn 1 from the start-finish line into turn 1, where an awful lot can happen. And an awful lot did happen in the last race. So that is going to be a really tense moment, and that's going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes' time as the cars now get to the end of their formation lap. There's Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Sometimes when you get a penalty, it can really boost you on. A bit of red mist never hurt anybody. And I get the feeling that Gianluca Tucciaroglu will be wanting to beat the 2 cars in front of him into that turn 1. The start is going to be critical here. So we look down from above the garages, looking at what is a very unique podium here at a circuit where Formula 1 cars were testing just a couple of weeks ago. And now Porsche Cup cars are showing everybody how it's done. And they look majestic. We're not expecting any rain. The sun is poking through. So hopefully it's dry now to the end of the season. Everybody comes into their grid boxes for the very last time. And the man on the left-hand side of your picture will wave the green flag to say that all is good. We are ready to go racing for the final round. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division is go. It was a car that was rolling a little bit prematurely towards the back, but our eyes are at the front. Matías Ferreira with a great start. Alex Ryman up there as well, but Milan Marchak, not the best of starts for him. He's got the inside line of Matías Ferreira into turn 1. The 2 cars briefly running side by side. Look at Gianluca Tucciaroglu in there as well. We said that opening lap would be critical. Tucciaroglu going very wide through the first couple of corners. So everybody's made it, but a controversial start. Milan Marchak back up into second place. Alex Ryman there. Tucciaroglu there as well. Jelter Hofner. Everybody's made it through those first few corners. I think it might have been Nikola Milkovic that was a little bit eager out of the blocks at the start of the race. But Matías Ferreira, the pole sitter, back to the front and leading the way. Milan Marchak in that second place. Everybody's scrapping, running 3 abreast towards the back of the pack. Keep it within those track limits. On board with Frank Portehuis as he challenges with Nick Ho. So not a great start for Frank Portehuis at the moment, trying to fight his way forwards. Suddenly Marchak looking under pressure from Alex Ryman, who has been looking like someone possessed all day long. Several cars going wide out of the corner, picking up the dirt, throwing it into the air. Jelter Hofner to the inside of David Duoc. So that is for position out on track. There is first, second, third, fourth. The leader having broken clear a little bit. Duoc looking fairly scruffy around the corner. He comes. Jelter Hofner also falling back into the clutches behind. Teo Elenas is up there as well. Everybody trying to take advantage of the cars being so bunched together. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. The cars cross the beam. It's Matías Ferreira who leads Milan Marchak by just over a second. Jelter Hoffner on the inside line. In the background, Sebastian Freimut there on the inside of him as well. Freimut in that 7th place, but Hoffner sweeping round the outside, stealing that 7th place away. Now, Freimut coming back, Nick Ho just behind there, Joe Warhurst as well in that 10th place. We're on board with Joe Warhurst in the thick of the action. He can see Nick Ho just up front of him. So there, Milan Marchak in 2nd place, Alex Ryman in 3rd, Gianluca Tucciaroglu in 4th, Tucciaroglu looking feisty in that 4th place. The start is under investigation, no surprises there, but nothing has been issued in terms of penalties. There's Joe Warhurst going out wide in the number 17 car. He moves up past Nick Ho into 9th place. Next up the road will be Sebastian Freimut in the silver car. We're on board with Joe Warhurst now. He can see 8th place up ahead of him. So there, Nick Ho in the McDonald's car. Max Mutschlechner just behind him as well in a different car than what he was in last time. As a result of that incident, to the inside he goes though, under braking to the inside but can't get it slowed down. Mutschlechner goes deep into the corner, lets through a whole handful of cars, including Frank Portehuis. So he's going to have to do all that hard work again, getting it all wrong under braking. At the front of that queue is Nick Ho. Joe Warhurst has broken clear in 9th place, sets about after Sebastian Freimut. Jelter Hoffner up ahead of them. Fastest lap, Matheus Ferreira, the fastest man on the track. As predicted, Nikola Milkovic is under investigation for a jump start in the Treble 1 car. He's down in 11th place at the moment. Gianluca Tucciaroglu now with a challenge on Alex Ryman. Makes fairly easy work of it, but can he slow it down? He's gone wide through the corner. So Tucciaroglu may well need to give that position back. He got the job done, but he couldn't get it slowed down. All of this playing into the hands of the lead duo. At the moment, Tucciaroglu has that 3rd place, but he did go very, very wide. Will the instruction be given for him to give that place back? At the moment, Ryman is going to get the job done on the track. So Ryman challenging Tucciaroglu to the inside, into the corner. In the background, David Duoc also trying to take advantage of these two cars getting together. Theo Elenis in there as well as Jelter Hoffner. Brilliant stuff, running side by side. Tucciaroglu, Ryman has the place back. Tucciaroglu tries to come back at him. In so doing, almost opens the door for David Duoc in the 69 car. So, advantage, the 28 of Alex Ryman at the moment. Look at this, scrapping for positions. Again, Tucciaroglu trying to come back for the last of the podium positions, but in so doing, leaves himself vulnerable to Duoc. So David Duoc in the 69 car. The two cars make contact with each other. They both head off into the gravel. Surely that's going to be podiums out of the window. Tucciaroglu drops all the way back. Duoc's able to regather it, get together. But we saw the two cars bouncing off each other. Into the gravel they went. And suddenly that fight is over. Theo Elenis takes advantage of all that's gone on around him. So S1 Racing running in 3rd and 4th place. Milan Marchak now the quickest man on the track. David Duoc now challenging Theo Elenis. No, it's Jelter Hoffner, beg your pardon, challenging the 27 car, Theo Elenis. So this will be for 4th place. Hoffner gets the job done fairly well, but can't get it slowed down on the corner. Now Elenis coming back at Jelter Hoffner as well. Sebastian Freimut in the background of that battle. Our race leader, Matheus Ferreira, has nearly 2 seconds. Then it's Alex Ryman, and then it's Milan Marchak, then Alex Ryman, then this battle here. Jelter Hoffner, Sebastian Freimut, Theo Elenis, Joe Warhurst picking them off one by one. He's up to 7th place. Nick Ho, though, challenging as well. To the inside goes Joe Warhurst, never scared to get stuck in. To the inside of Theo Elenis he goes. Elenis thinks about closing the door, but Joe Warhurst has the job done. Now Sebastian Freimut next up the road. Great job from Joe Warhurst up into 6th place. Now Sebastian Freimut will soon feel the might of Joe Warhurst behind him. Freimut in that 5th place. Joe Warhurst in 6th, now defending from Theo Elenis. Had nothing he could do about the young Brit challenging him, because now Theo Elenis has Nick Ho challenging him in turn. Ho has a little look to the outside of the 27 car. Brilliant racing here in the sport division. Our race leader, Matheus Ferreira, almost 2 seconds clear of Milan Marchak, the new champion. Then Alex Ryman in third place, the last of the podium positions, but Jelter Hofner going like the clappers. Car 66 has been noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. That's Gianluca Tucciaroglu. No surprises there, but he's all the way down in 17th place. Any chance of a podium looks to be gone. In the rookie race, it's Henry Wheeler who leads Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. If the race finishes now, it will be Jesse Polderdijk who will be crowned the rookie champion. Our focus, though, at the front on this enthralling battle for 5th place, Sebastian Freimut in the silver number 31 car. Joe Warhurst, we're on board with him now, tracking down the German driver up ahead of him. Behind, Theo Ellenas doesn't look to have the pace to stay with Joe Warhurst. He has his own issues with Nick Ho tracking him down. Nikola Milkovic is there as well, but under investigation. We've got a yellow flag at turn 3. And it's Luciano Martinez into the gravel. And this is surely going to bring out some kind of caution. Either a full course yellow or a safety car, because he is not going anywhere. You can see the splitter at the side of the car. The hazards are flashing. And what has been a fairly torrid day for Luciano Martinez gets worse. Safety car is out. It's going to be a safety car to remove this stricken machine that is in the gravel trap. It means the field is going to be completely bunched up. The 2.2 second lead that Matheus Ferreira had will disappear to nothing as the safety car comes out on track. This is really what we need to finish off the season. Everybody bunched up once again. We said this was going to be a thriller to finish the season, and what a thriller it's turning out to be. We're just approaching the 1/3 distance of the race, and the safety car is out. So, Matheus Ferreira will join behind the number 3 car on the track there. With Milan Marchak, an opportunity for him. Alex Ryman. Alex, who has yet to finish on the podium this season, and surely must think he's in with a good shot here. Ryman, who was the Pro-Am champion in 2024 in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, has been in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux over the last couple of years, and must fancy the opportunity to take home some silverware at the last race of the season. So on board once again, Milan Marchak, of course, with the speeds massively reduced. A lot of weaving to keep the heat in the tyres. Make sure that everything stays in the window. Quite hard work when you're circulating at a significantly reduced speed. They head past the stricken Luciano Martinez car in the gravel, which is being retrieved. Going to take a few moments to get that removed, but the field now all bunched up. This is going to be an absolute grandstand finish to the season. In the rookies, it's still Jesse Polderdijk, who has the championship in his hand with a second in the rookies. Levin Gelf in third. Henry Wheeler continuing his march to try and win every rookie race he's ever started. He's got his 5 races now under his belt. We saw him in the club division earlier on. And now Henry Wheeler should be able to get his international racing license. Very excited to see what happens with him in the future. Everybody else just taking stock. So it's our chance to do the same. It's Matheus Ferreira who leads the way. Milan Marchak, Alex Ryman, Jelter Hofner, keep an eye on him in 4th place. Sebastian Freimut, Joe Warhurst is not done with 6th place. Theo Ellenas in 7th. Nick Ho in 8th. Nikola Milkovic with a potential jump start over his head. And Frank Portehuis rounding out the top 10. Then Max Mutschlechner, David Duoc in 12th. Then we've got our 3 rookies, Henry Wheeler, Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. Incident between 66 and 69 noted. So that's David Duoc and Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Also incidents between 87 and 912. So that's Nick Hunter and Sebastian Schmidt. So once again, our race directors have got plenty on their plates. They're going to be looking at videos into the night, I should think. That is the Luciano Martinez car wheeled off. The Argentinian driver, not the end to the season that he was looking for. Had a very traumatic first race today, and his second one equally traumatic. And not the way he wanted to end his time in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But will no doubt take stock and come back stronger from it. And with the track clear, I would expect to see notification of the safety car in this time around, unless there are any other issues. At the moment, the field is just heading up towards turn 1 and 2. And that car now back to safety. So it'll be time for a safety car restart. And when the indication is given, Matheus Ferreira will back the field up. He'll allow the safety car to disappear into the distance, and he will try and back the pack up. The lights will go off on the safety car before all of that. That'll be the indication to Ferreira, the confirmation. And then Ferreira will want to try and get the jump on Milan Marchak. It'll be up to Ferreira when he wants to go. But he must not overtake the safety car, clearly. And nobody can overtake him until they get to the start-finish line. And he'll want to try and catch Milan Marchak losing and get a gap between himself and second place. Marchak will see this as an opportunity to get past his Brazilian rival and get to the front of the field. It will be interesting, and confirmation, safety car is coming in on this lap. So in about 4 corners time, the lights will go off on the safety car, and that will be the indication for Matheus Ferreira to drop back and allow the safety car to get into the pit lane. And then it will be about 16 minutes plus 1 lap of the season remaining. Anyone who wants to predict the 1, 2, 3, hold on to your horses, because it ain't over till it's over. Lights are off on the safety car, and now Matheus Ferreira becomes the de facto safety car. The cards are in his hands. Milan Marchak will see this as an opportunity. Ferreira backs the pack up. Everybody focused, nose to tail. Look at them, no gaps between them. The first 3 absolutely tucked up together. Jelter Hoffner in there as well. They're heading towards turn 11. Milan Marchak almost pushing Matheus Ferreira around there. Alex Ryman must see this as an opportunity to try and win this race. They're all poised, ready, just waiting. Look at this, Matheus Ferreira is waiting for as late as he wants to. It's his decision when he hits the accelerator. Joe Warhurst is looking impatient. Now Ferreira on the accelerator. He is motoring it around turn 14, out onto the pit straight. Marchak sees a gap open up in front of him. Is he going to be able to challenge into turn 1? Ryman there as well. Hold on, everybody. We're heading in towards turn 1. Alex Ryman with a look to the inside of Marchak. Jelter Hoffner there as well. Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst, Theo Ellenus, Nick Ho. They're all chomping at the bit as they head around turn 2 and turn 3. The final 14.5 minutes of the season. On board with Frank Porte, who is in the number 22 car. He's down in 10th place at the moment. The challenge for second place is on. Alex Ryman looks to the outside of the new champion, Milan Marchak. Not able to make anything stick at the moment. Henry Wheeler leads the way for the rookies, but look at this for second place and 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. Matheus Ferreira has opened up that gap at the front at the moment, about 0.4 of a second. Milan Marchak is having to focus on defending rather than attacking. Alex Ryman sees an opportunity to move up a step on the podium. Jelter Hoffner is not done yet either. 13 3/4 minutes of the season remaining for the sport division. Hoffner puts a wheel onto the dirt, regathers it up. In the background, Nick Ho looks to the outside of Theo Ellenus. Joe Warhurst trying to find a solution to get past Sebastian Freimuth up ahead of him. With the cars all nose to tail, it means that if you make the challenge and it doesn't stick, you could get railroaded to the back of the pack. The warning flags have been given for track limits to Milan Marchak. So the 96 car with a warning for track limits. Also the same for Nick Hunter, but he's into the pits anyway. Out onto the pit straight we come once again across the start-finish line. The gap between first and second, 0.855. Alex Ryman very much in shot of the lead as well. Everybody in towards turn one. Theo Elenas now moving to try and break the slipstream from Nick Ho and to keep that position around turns 1 and 2 and into 3 we come. Ferreira back in control. Milan Marchak in second, but under pressure from Alex Ryman. Ryman to the inside, has a look, tucks back in behind. Jelter Hofner is not going to need many more invitations to make his move. Sebastian Freimut, never one to back off, is also there as well. Keep an eye on Joe Warhurst. He has made good progress already in this race. The leader breaking clear, but second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, all running absolutely nose to tail. So Ferreira with that lead. Marchak doesn't look to have the kind of pace that he's enjoyed at the previous rounds. He's got the championship signed and sealed, but he'll want to finish on the podium as he prepares for his season ahead in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. In the background, you just saw David Duoc having a little look to the inside of Frank Porte-Hues. That would be for 10th place. But this, the fight for second. Still Milan Marchak, focused, not one for making mistakes, but doesn't seem to have the pace of Matheus Ferreira, who has disappeared off into the distance. It was 0.855 last time around. I think it's going to be quite a bit more than that this time around as he crosses the line, almost picking up a second. It was about 9/10 of a second last time around, so 1.7 is the gap between first and second. So Ferreira looks to have the pace at the moment. Marchak looks to be struggling. Is he carrying any issues with that car? Nick Ho in 8th place has Nikola Milkovic pressuring him around the corner as well. Back on board with Joe Warhurst in 6th place. Sebastian Freimut just ahead of him. Here we come again into turn 4 and around to turn 5. Everything as you were at the moment, but it could all change in the blink of an eye. There's Frank Porte-Hues and Nikola Milkovic. So Hues is through into 9th place. Milkovic trying to come back though. Frank Porte-Hues sliding the car sideways as they run side by side. David Duoc in there as well. Fancy's trying to get past both of them on the outside of Nikola Milkovic. The dust rises up as a wheel clips the gravel, weaving as much as he dare. In the background, the number 16 car, Max Mutschleckner, in 12th place at the moment, but it could all change in an instant. Everybody so close together, everybody fighting for every last point. There's David Duoc in the 69 car in 11th place. Frank Porte-Hues in the 22 car in 9th place. We'll be disappointed with that. Nikola Milkovic trying to get that position from Frank Porte-Hues. So the 22 car, we're riding on board with him briefly. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. Gianluca Tucciaroglu down in 13th place. Will be thoroughly disappointed with that. The infringement on the grid has been investigated for Sebastian Freimut and David Duoc. A grid procedure infringement under investigation. So that is another issue we're keeping an eye on. Track limit warnings been shown to Nick Ho in the 98 car. Everybody else pushing on. Right, Joe Warhurst and Theo Elenas. So Elenas in that 6th place. Joe Warhurst has a look to the wide outside. We're riding on board with Joe Warhurst. You can see how hard he's trying. Hands gripping the wheel. Nice tight line into the corner. You can see him. Every last millimetre critical. But in the background, Nick Ho looking to challenge both of them. Joe Warhurst with that slight gap at the moment, picks up a bit of curb. The car bounces up now to the outside of Theo Elenas. Elenas still has 6th place at the moment. Nick Ho rushes to join this battle. He senses an opportunity. behind. Joe Warhurst directly behind the Tio Ellenes car, moves to the outside into the corner. If he can make this stick, he could take the position, but he could lose it to Nick Ho. He tucks back in behind. Still, Tio Ellenes has that 6th place. Out towards the pit straight, they will come very, very shortly. This will be an opportunity for Joe Warhurst now, potentially, if he can stay close to Tio Ellenes, maybe he can make a challenge into turn 1. One of the cars goes wide, kicks dirt up into the air. I think it was Ellenes. Out of 14, they come. Now out onto the pit straight, they come. Tio Ellenes has opened up a bit of a gap in towards turn 1. On board with Joe Warhurst. Is he going to make a challenge as they head towards that turn 1? Will he go left? Will he go right? Will he stay behind? Nick Ho looking a little bit racy in the background. Frank Porte-Huez is up to 9th place, so he's coming back through the pack after a difficult start to the race, but only 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Car 22, Frank Porte-Huez, is given a warning for track limits, as is also the case for Nick Ho. 7.25 minutes of the season remaining for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. As things stand at the moment, Mathieu Ferreira very much in control. 2.5 seconds clear of Milan Marchak, then Alex Ryman, then Jelte Hofner, Sebastian Freimuth, and then this battle here, Tio Ellenes ahead of Joe Warhurst, Nick Ho, Frank Porte-Huez behind them, David Chuok rounding out the top 10. In the rookie standings, it's Henry Wheeler who once again leads the way. Jesse Polderdijk in 2nd, Levin Gelf in 3rd. Polderdijk now just 6 3/4 minutes away from a rookie championship. We headed towards turn 11, up to turn 12 once again. And then out onto the pit straight. We're on board with Frank Porte-Huez in the 22 car for Hadeka Racing. Up ahead of him, Nick Ho. Out onto the pit straight will come in just a few seconds. Our leaders are there at the moment, crosses the line. The gap between Mathieu Ferreira and Milan Marchak, 2.667, so holding fairly steady. Into the late afternoon sunshine, Frank Porte-Huez up ahead of him. Nick Ho, there's Jelte Hofner, 919 in 4th place. Would love to add to his selfie collection with a picture from the podium. But Alex Ryman looked like he might be able to take it to the leaders, but now has just dropped back a little. There's Milan Marchak running pretty well on his own. And suddenly Alex Ryman, his 3rd place, looking a little bit under threat. Jelte Hofner never backs off, never gives up. Sebastian Freimuth rushing to join this fight as well. The 3rd place, number 28, 4th, 919, 5th, 31. This is for the last of the trophies. Nobody's interested in points. They want to finish on the podium. Can Alex Ryman hold on for another 5 minutes plus 1 lap? Immense pressure from behind. Our new champion, Milan Marchak, looks like 2nd place is as good as it's going to get. A time penalty for track limits was issued to car 12. I think he exceeded track limits with the moment he ended up in the gravel trap, so that is just a formality. So that will be Luciano Martinez. The stewards working their way through the long list of infringements that need to be checked up on. Here comes Jelte Hofner, the meat in the sandwich, up ahead still. Alex Ryman out onto the pit straight. Any challenges here? Sebastian Freimuth looks like he's too far back from Jelte Hofner to make a challenge for that position. Warhurst has dropped back from this battle now. So Joe Warhurst has his own issues with Nick Ho and Frank Porte-Huez. And then behind them, there's David Duoc, Nikola Milkovic, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, and Max Muschlechner. So here come the rest of the cars around turns 2 and 3. Less than 4 minutes remaining of this, the final race of the season for the Sport Division. Mathieu Ferreira seemingly on his way to a 2nd win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Milan Marchak, the new champion, in that 2nd place. Alex Ryman under pressure in third. With all these cars, tyre degradation is an issue. If you push too hard early on in the race, you can find yourself without the pace at the end. And this is where it all starts to show. Who's looked after their tyres? Who has something left at the end? 3 minutes remaining. Gianluca Tucciaroglu just trying to claw something back from what has been a disappointing race. Now to the inside, Sebastian Freimuth on Jelter Hofner. So Sebastian Freimuth with a tighter line through the corner into turn 12. Steals that position away. That's fourth place. Hofner may well try and come back at him. But Sebastian Freimuth up into fourth place now. Out across the line they come. Ferreira with a 3.8 second lead at the front. Marchak in that second. Ryman in third, having broken clear for a while. But now what can Freimuth do about third place? Sebastian Freimuth, having got past Jelter Hofner, Theo Elenas behind him in sixth. Then is Joe Warhurst. Looks about as far forward as Joe is going to go in this race. A seventh place. Nick Ho also eighth. Looks about as good as it's going to get for him, because we're into the last 2 minutes of racing for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Freimuth, having got past Jelter Hofner, immediately opens up a gap. And now Hofner, I have the feeling that he is running out of adhesion, particularly at the rear of that car. And now with Theo Elenas closing down on him from his sixth place. Ferreira well clear at the front. So Hofner is fifth place. What he's going to get? Or is he going to get a challenge from Theo Elenas? Or has he got anything that he can bring back to Sebastian Freimuth? Joe Warhurst just in the background, not attacking and not being attacked at the moment. Seventh place, a great warm-up for his season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in 2026. Getting used to the car, he said earlier, it's the first time he'd even sat in it. He hasn't raced anything since October of last year. So getting back up to speed, exactly what he wanted to do this weekend. And seventh place, a good, solid showing. Into the last 45 seconds of racing, plus the one lap. So it'll be 2 more laps remaining of the season for the Sport Division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Once again, we ride on board with Frank Porte, who is looking at the back, and Nick Ho looking at that 8th place. Razor sharp focus, but Nick Ho with Joe Warhurst too far ahead to challenge. Those are two drivers that are going to be fighting each other a lot in the coming season. Frank Porte, who has he got anything else up his sleeve to get into the top 8? Well clear of David Duoc now in that 10th place. Our race leader, a lap and a half away from home. And there is Nick Ho with Frank Porte, who as they raced each other wheel to wheel in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux all of last year. Nick Ho now stepping into Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany for 2026. Frank Porte, who is maybe the last opportunity these two will have to race each other this year. Would want to put one over his rival, but Nick Ho, the driver who's coached by Walter Boerkamps, knows how to keep a car behind him. As our race leader, currently up at 13 and 14, is about to start the very last lap of the season for the Sport Division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Matheus Ferreira moved to the front and kept it there. Milan Marchak, the new champion, in second place. Here he comes for the last time in towards turn 1 at racing speed. Matheus Ferreira with a sizable gap of 4.735 over the new champion Milan Marchak. And Alex Ryman, a couple of seconds back as well. Looks like first, second and third now looking fairly cemented. I don't think Sebastian Freimuth has got anything left to get it up onto the podium in the closing stages of this race. There is Matheus Ferreira, the driver from Brazil, who started from pole position earlier on today and took a win. Started on pole position in this race as well, and looking to make it 2 out of 2. He got a 6th place and a 3rd place last time out in Valencia, getting up to speed for his season ahead in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And now on the final part of the final lap of the season, getting ready to receive the checkered flag of what will be 2 wins out of 2 here in Barcelona today. It's turn 10 for the last time and around to turn 11. We knew he was going to be quick when he came here. We saw him last year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, where his car racing career started. What strides he has taken as he has moved on through the ranks, and now in the sport division here in Barcelona, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Matheus Ferreira as he crosses the line to receive the checkered flag. A brand new champion, Milan Marchak, comes home in 2nd place to make it a 2nd and a 3rd here in Barcelona. And then a first podium of the season for Alex Ryman, who gets a 3rd place ahead of Sebastian Freimut. Jelte Hofner in 5th ahead of Theo Elenas, Joe Warhurst, Nick Ho, Frank Porte-Hurst and David Giwok. And it's Jesse Polderdijk with a 2nd place in the rookies, who clinches the rookie championship. It's a clean sweep once again for Henry Wheeler. He's started 4 races and he's won all 4 in the rookie category. But Jesse Polderdijk takes the rookie championship, having raced in every race of the season, beating Levin Gelf into that 2nd place. To conclude, a great season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Our champions are decided. It's going to be Milan Marchak, who has the championship win, and Jesse Polderdijk, the rookie champion. For this race, Matheus Ferreira making it 2 out of 2, Marchak in 2nd, Ryman with his 1st podium in 3rd ahead of Sebastian Freimut, Jelte Hofner, Theo Elenas, Joe Warhurst up to 7th ahead of Nick Ho, Frank Porte-Hurst in 9th ahead of David Giwok. And then Nikola Milkovic, Gianluca Tucciaroglu will be thinking about what might have been ahead of Max Mutschlechner, and Henry Wheeler taking the top step of the podium for the rookies in 14th overall. 2nd in the rookies and in 15th overall, and a championship goes the way of Jesse Polderdijk. Levin Gelf, 3rd in the rookies, 16th overall ahead of Sebastian Schmidt. And then non-finishes for Nick Hunter and Luciano Martinez to round off 8 rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. What a great season it has been. In the Pro-Am race, the winner, of course, Sebastian Schmidt, who takes the top step of the podium for the Pro-Ams. Great to have him joining us for the last round of the season. We've still got 1 more race to go with the club division, but at the moment, as we reflect on the sport division, every single race has been spectacular. But it was Milan Marchak who eventually won the championship. Matheus Ferreira doing exactly what he set out to do, getting up to speed for his 2026 season. The Brazilian driver winning both races here in Barcelona from pole position. The first one he had to work a lot harder for. This one seemed to be a little bit smoother. It was a wild ride at the start, but he kept it all together, and he brings the Team GP Elite Porsche into Parc Fermé. He'll climb from the car. A perfect score, a perfect day for Matheus Ferreira. 2 pole positions and 2 wins, and he receives congratulations from the legendary Dutch team GP Elite. And there, Torsten van Haasteren, one of the main movers and shakers of Team GP Elite. I ought to know the names of all these people. I see them enough. I'll learn it for next year. There is Milan Marchak out of the car. And Jesse Polderdijk, who will get the rookie championship. You see Alex Ryman there receiving his congratulations after his first podium of the year. And everybody now very much up to speed. Great to see Alex Ryman on the podium. He's been there or thereabouts all season long. Bit of bad luck. Had an issue in practice at Portimao. Never took the start. But now rounds off the season with a podium. And there in the pit lane, I can see Piers Pryor with our race winner.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, race winner. Your results this year, 6th, 3rd, 2nd on the road, win after the penalties, now a win on the road. All trending in the right direction for your season ahead.
Yeah, as we saw in the tests, in the qualifyings, I think we're just improving every session. And the last race was a really close one on the track. And now I just did everything right. I just managed to do a good start, manage well the tires. Also the safety car restart. So I think the race was really good and I'm really happy.
Yeah, you should be, and the pace was really strong. Last few laps, I think you were nearly half a second quicker even than Milan, our champion, so that must give you some good confidence.
Yeah, as I said, here is a track you really need to manage the tires, so I think me and the team, we did a really good job. We really saw into that and I applied really well. And yeah, of course, it's all by the team, you know. I just need to say thank you to my engineer, to my mechanic, and to the whole team for the amazing car.
Team GP Elite and Matthias Ferreira might be a formidable combination this year. Congratulations to Matthias. And our winner in rookies. We keep missing you, Henry. You joined us last time out in Valencia. Here you are as another win in the rookies. You must be getting pretty used to this feeling.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I can't really get used to it. It's still just rookie. And at the end of the day, still quite a ways off the top guys. It's something I'm definitely going to work towards in the future, but still happy to get away with some trophies and with some rookie wins, and then had to race GT4 earlier today. So I'm just glad I finished at this point, pretty exhausted. So
You've done a lot of laps today. You've done a lot of laps. But let's not put yourself down. You say you're all fairways off the top guys, but you're in the rookies for a reason. Let's not forget that last time out was your first car race, definitely in Europe. So, you know, you've got a lot of experience to make up before anyone would expect you to be anywhere near the front.
Yeah. I mean, definitely with it being my first car race, there's quite a bit to build up to. Like 9 days in the car total now. So there's still a ton of improvement to be made. With everyone at A-Works, we got a goal to work towards and working towards it, finding funding for the season, and then if we can keep going as much as we can, we'll try and make a season out of it.
Congratulations, you're a rookie winner, Henry Wheeler, and I'm going to grab a word with Alex Ryman because we've spoken to Milan Marchak a lot this season. Milan, of course, has taken podiums and the championship win, but Alex, you've been so close to the podium so many times. Yes. Here you are.
Well, finally we put it all together. Luck was on our side, and yeah, it was a good race. Nothing too risky, nothing too, without any action. A lot of action, but yeah. We
had to soak up a fair amount of pressure in that one as well.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult at some point there. Yeah.
I can see the vein on your forehead from the pressure, but it must be an amazing feeling. You and S1 Racing have been together for a long time. 24, you were Pro-Am champion. 25, making steps forward. Now 26. Look, things are looking really good, of course, with your teammate Tio as well being right there.
Yeah, for sure. Without Tio, I wouldn't be here, for sure, because he has taught me quite a lot of things, and for sure, team did a huge job. So, yeah, well-deserved P3 for everybody. Yeah.
Congratulations on your first podium, and will be more to come in the future.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Congratulations. That was our first and third driver and our rookie winner. We'll now head up to the podium and have a look back at some of the highlights of the final race of the Sport Division.
Thank you, Piers. Only Piers would mention the vein on the forehead. Fantastic stuff. Yes, what a race that turned out to be. It just summarises what has been a fantastic season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it all started off with Matthias Ferreira on pole position. Milan Marchak did have a nose in front heading into the first corner. And Gianluca Tucciaroglu, it was a kind of all or nothing moment. Unfortunately, it was going to be a track limits issue and he was going to have a torrid race anyway. But everybody on the opening lap, as we've become accustomed to, trying to pick off those positions. That was Max Mutschlechner tripping up going into the corner, losing a whole load of places as well. Gianluca Tucciaroglu was fighting hard with Alex Ryman, but this one was going to end in tears in the end, with Tucciaroglu spearing off into the gravel. They were running side by side for position here. Also in there, David Duoc trying to get involved as well. And that was the moment where the two cars got together and Tucciaroglu saw the entire field come streaming through on the inside. Further back, Theo Elenas and Joe Warhurst were going wheel to wheel. Joe Warhurst making impressive progress, picking off cars one by one. And even at the back in the Pro-Am race, the two Pro-Am drivers that were fighting each other side by side. Luciano Martinez rounded off what has been a torrid day for him once again in the gravel track, bringing out a safety car, and then it was a dash for the cash at the end. Matías Ferreira doing what looked like a fairly perfect start, opening up the gap, leaving Milan Marchak to fend off Alex Ryman. Jelter Hoffner in fourth place, I'm afraid to say, picked up a 5-second time penalty, as did Frank Porte-Hues for exceeding track limits by the end of the race. But they weren't going to give up, and Jelter Hoffner kept the pressure on Alex Ryman. Sebastian Freimert looking to have found a real turn of speed over the winter, looking really good in the 31 car. Found a route past Jelter Hoffner, who was clearly running out of grip in the 919 car. And Sebastian Freimert working his way through to take that position away. There was Frank Porte-Hues and Nick Ho, who were also having their own battle. But Matías Ferreira, a perfect day. 2 pole positions and 2 wins for car number 127. As we look down now in the cool down area, we get ready to head over to the podium where our drivers are going to be receiving their trophies. At the moment, receiving some much needed water. Right, for one last time in the sport division, let's head back down to Piers, who's on the podium.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, we're going to start with our overall classification and our Pro-Am winner as well. And we'll start with a driver that's worked hard for this. The driver from S1 Racing for his first podium overall, Alex Ryman. Congratulations, Alex. Second place, our champion for Red Ant Racing. Second place, number 96, Milan Marchak. But the man who couldn't be beaten today, Team GP Elite and Matías Ferreira teaming up to create a formidable combination. From Brazil, it is Matías Ferreira. And last but not least, our Pro-Am winner for A-Works with Katana Tools, Sebastian Schmidt. Congratulations, Sebastian. And we will now have the Brazilian national anthem for Matías Ferreira. That was our top 3 and our Pro-Am winner. Top 3 overall. Trophies being handed out as ever by series coordinator and organiser Lars Plato. Third place for his first overall podium, Alex Ryman. Second place, another trophy, not a number 1 this time though, for Milan Marchak, and a first place trophy. 2 from this event for Matías Ferreira, and 2 also for our Pro-Am winner, Sebastian Schmidt. Congratulations to our final podium of 2026 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. They get their photo opportunity to remember this moment, and I think seeing as it's the final race of this season and the final race day, we're probably going to get some champagne. One more round of applause for our final podium in 2026 in the sport division here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Congratulations to all our top 3. We will see you this evening for the awards ceremony in Barcelona. Congratulations to our top 3. And we now have only one race to look ahead to. It will be round 8, the final race in the 2026 Sports Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. However, before we head over to that, we still have our rookie classification as the podium is being prepared. And we'll start with our driver in 3rd place for Seebach Motorsport, the number 144, Levin Gelf. 2nd place for Red Ant Racing will be from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. But another win today. The driver that's done the most laps around this circuit today. He's been on double duty, but taken the win in rookies, Henry Wheeler. And once again for Henry, we will have the United States of America's national anthem. Our top 3 in rookies, these are drivers to look forward to their careers as they start their career in GT racing and Porsche racing. Levin Gelf, 3rd place. 2nd place, Jesse Polderdijk, trophies being handed out once again by series organiser Lars Plato, and Henry Wheeler from the United States of America, making the trip over his first car races and already picking up silverware. All of our top 3 rookies on the podium once again. And taking their photos, and once again we will have an opportunity for these drivers to celebrate their podium, the final podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. And Jesse Polderdijk getting the worst of it from these guys. It's not particularly warm here in Barcelona today, so Jesse is probably going to need to dry off after that. Congratulations once again to all 3. A round of applause for our rookies on the podium in the Sport Division. They're round 8 of the championship. And that is it for the Sport Division. We look forward to 2027 already for Sport Division, but before then, we've already got cars lining up on the grid for the Club Division, round 8, and it's coming up next.
We've had 15 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we have just one more left to bring the curtain down on what has been a sensational season in this wonderful series. How can it be we're at the last race already? It feels like only yesterday that we kicked off in Portimao, but we have witnessed some fantastic racing. And will anything get anywhere near the last race that we saw for the club division? What a race that turned out to be. And it's all set fair to be a bit of a cut and paste once again, because all the same drivers are at the front end of the grid. The championship, by my calculations, are decided. Joel Monegro taking the overall championship and the Michelin Cup championship, with Daniel Lewis the GT4 championship. It is Javier Ripoll Jr. who starts on pole position once again, with Monegro alongside him. But in the background, the driver that started on the front row in the last race, we're looking to make amends for what was a difficult start. Bert de Hoos starts in 3rd place. Tarek Fakmi is there, and also Dean Burden and Levent Turkman. It's set fair for a fantastic season closer. We have 30 minutes of racing ahead of us. We have one last grid walk to come. So for the very last time, we head down to the grid with Piers Pryor.
Oh, Brian, don't. You're making me well up. It's the last one already. It's come round quick, hasn't it? But here we go. We'll make the most of it. And once again on pole position, our championship hopeful. Unfortunately, he pushed it all the way. Couldn't get it done. But it's our man here, Javier Ripoll Jr., going from pole position for the S1 Racing Team. Deep in conversation, so we'll leave him to it. And our champion for 2026 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe as Joel Monegro. Joel, pressure's off in this one.
What's that?
Pressure's off in this one.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be a walk in the park, right? Sunday drive.
Pressure's never off.
Say that again.
Pressure's never off.
Of course, you've still got to go out there. You still want to go and win. You've seen how close it's been this weekend. What can we expect as a viewer at home for this last one?
We should expect some fun. How did it look to you?
The first one was excellent, so let's do more of the same, please. I suppose for Joel's point of view, he probably wants a nice, clean, less chaotic race, but hey, it's a Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, last race of the season. Why don't we grab a quick word with Lars Plato, series organiser. I said I'd grab you on the grid. Lars, last race of the season, 26. Sum it up from your perspective.
I think we're in a great season. Looking forward to a good last race now. Good starting grids on the last race, so we will have some fun, hopefully.
Absolutely. The race that we had this morning in the club division was probably one of the most chaotic. So maybe a nice calm one to finish, or do you want more of the same?
No, let's keep it calm with close fights, but fair fights.
Fair fights, of course. Last place, series organised. Thank you very much, Lars. Great job. It's not an easy job when someone sticks a microphone in your face when you're not expecting it. Much like Mr. Who's here. But last race of the season for us. Your second race. What are you thinking about? How are you feeling?
Yeah, still the same of the first race. See what happens in the first corner, and I hope for a little bit more luck. And I am now on the better side of the track for the first corner, so I hope I can go with him together and pull away and see what happens.
See what happens, indeed. Do you think you've got the pace to stay with the front two?
Yeah, the pace I can have. That is not a problem. But yeah, the most thing is for me to heat up the tires on time. When your tires are not good enough in the first two laps, they have a gap, and it's not easy to close the gap.
Absolutely. Bert, we'll see how you get on tyre warming, of course, something the drivers definitely have to keep on top of. Tyre preservation is also something to consider as well, and we'll grab a word with Tarek Fahmy again. Tarek was as relaxed as he could be ahead of the previous race, and we'll see how he's feeling now. You've done one start, Tarek. You were a little bit more, you were still relaxed, but a little bit more uptight. I suppose you're feeling a little bit more relaxed ahead of your second one of the day?
Yeah. The first race was tough, full of battles, but it was fun. Hope to have a good start in the second race, and we'll see what we can do.
Absolutely, and it did look like a pretty chaotic race from inside the car. Was it as chaotic from inside as it looked from outside?
I was stuck in a battle for pretty much the whole race, so for me it was just focusing on the battle that I was in and kind of trying to avoid the chaos around me.
Tarek, what's your hopes for in this one?
Same as the last race, just continue to learn, do my best, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there we go. That's once again a very, very measured outlook from Tarek Fahmy. We spoke to Dean Burden ahead of the previous race. We know he was stuck in. I'll let him off this time. We also spoke to Levent Turkman as well. So we'll move further back and chat to some more of our drivers. The 1-1-0 of Krista Andero, we spoke to ahead of the first race as well. He'll be going from 8th place. This is now row 4. Row 5. So we're missing a car, unfortunately, inside of row 5. Should have been Peter Sander, the 199, but I can't see him on the grid, and I think his car's in the garage. Unfortunately, missing one driver, but the 718 on the outside is Marcus Greichen, and I'll grab a word with Marcus. We haven't had a chance to speak to him yet. Thank you very much. Marcus, last race of the weekend. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Hopefully better than the last one, which started off really well and then didn't end up so well.
It was great, and then it wasn't. I'm really disappointed. I spoke to your team in the lunch break. I was hoping to show off the best hair.
You want to see the hair?
Yeah, the best haircut in the grid. Unfortunately,
I'll finish the race so I can take my helmet off for you.
Well, why don't you finish on the podium, and then we'll see. Everyone will get to see it.
Do my best.
Marcus Greichen going from the outside of row 5 in 10th place. He's a new driver this weekend. The 999, Olivier Bertels, was our driver that went from 12th place to the podium and won the race actually. And we're going to grab a word with him to see if he can replicate the previous one. Olivier, you'll have had a brilliant weekend if you come away with 2 podiums, because I expect you weren't suspecting a win in that previous one, were you?
No, I wasn't expecting a win, so now I'm going to try my best.
What do you think is reasonably possible in this one? You've clearly got the pace. Can you make progress again?
I hope. Top 5.
Top 5 would be a good result. We've got 5 minutes, so plenty of time to chat to some more drivers. Why don't we wander over and chat to Hans Frisch, the number 92. Hans has been with us since the start of this season. Had a couple of top 5s. He'll struggle to do that from 11th on the... Well, I say struggle. It will be harder for him to do that from 11th on the grid. I think he's in the middle of the conversation, so... I'll leave Hans Frisch to it. Hans is getting some last words of advice. Driver, we haven't spoken a huge amount about off the circuit. Brian has been talking about his progress. Makoto Haga, a new driver this weekend for GP Elites, come over from Japan. He's got some GT racing experience, but not loads in Europe. One to watch out for in this one, certainly. Makoto just having a big old chat with the team. And also a driver that we've spoken to before who's not had the weekend that he potentially would have wanted for the track experience by Manthey team is Eric Santos. Eric, can we have a quick word? Eric, we're used to seeing you a little higher up the grid. It's not been your best weekend this weekend so far. What can you do in this final race to try and get back up the front?
Yeah, it's been a hard week for me in general, trying to recover from a flu. So I've only been able to make progress yesterday in the practice. So I think it was natural, the position that I ended up in the quali. Could make some spots in the race 1. Let's try to do the same for race 2 and try to get the best result that we can.
Understandable that you're struggling a little bit coming over the flu, because these cars are pretty physical to drive.
Yeah, they are, and 2 races back to back, so we didn't have enough time to, for full with rest and preparation stuff. So I didn't expect that, but it happened. So yeah.
Well, wish you the best of luck in the final race this season, Eric Santos, for the track experience by Manthey team. He is going from 13th on the grid. That is the 3-minute board, so that means we've got just a moment to chat to potentially the most entertaining man on the grid. Quickly, I know we haven't got long. Casper, our final grid interview of 2026. How are you feeling?
Amazing!
How do you think this race is going to go for you?
I have no idea. I mean, it's just make the best of it, and it's fun. So that's it.
That's it. Congratulations on a good season so far. Enjoy and have a good one. I think I need to shut the door, which is a lot of pressure. Here we go. I think that's okay. I don't want that opening. If the door flies open, that's on me. Casper, well, for the final time this season, that's the grid walk done. Brian Oliver, back to you.
Thank you, Piers. So much pressure shutting the door. I tell you what, it's like a who's who looking up and down the grid. I'm sure I just saw alongside Makoto Haga's car, I'm pretty sure I saw Thierry Vermeulen, DTM superstar, and of course son of Max Verstappen's manager, Raymond Vermeulen. So there we go, useless information for you there. Maybe he's involved in coaching. I'm pretty sure it was his face that I saw. I might be wrong. Right, okay, the grid is clear and we are getting ready for the final time this season. It's what we refer to as the last dance. Not much dancing going on here, but an awful lot of door banging if the last round is anything to go by. The man who's been with us all season long, Daniel Lewis, most of the time in the sole GT4 car, has kept us entertained. David and Goliath, let's make it Daniel and Goliath, has beaten so many giants, got himself up to speed, ready for his season in the British series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, and shown why he is such a useful pilot. And I really hope that his time here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe has helped him to get up to speed there alongside him, or on the FAC Autotech cars. Ernst Inderbitzen at the wheel, who has chosen not to use ABS or traction control as he prepares himself for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. So every driver with an agenda, every driver getting themselves ready, and our cameraman ducks behind the wall. A wise move, sir, as we get ready for 15-second indicator before we start this formation lap for the very last time in 2026. I'll be wishing you happy Christmas next. The cars look majestic once again. Heaven forbid, I think the rain might have stayed off for the entire day as well. We had some spits and spots earlier, but that looks to have gone. And the track looks great for the very last time here in Barcelona. 15 seconds before the cars start rolling and we start our final formation lap of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The club division championships are decided. We are racing for trophies. Elbows out. Well, we saw plenty of that in the last race. It was a fantastic race. Lots of opportunities to get those photos as Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro start on the front row, first and second in the championship. But to host Tarek Fahmy on row 2 ahead of Dean Bird and Levent Turpman. What a top 6 that is. Throw in Alexander Dobic and Krista Andero, and we are in for some fireworks. Peter Sander, we already have heard that he's not on the grid, but Marcus Gratian is there. Hans Frick and Olivier Bertels, the winner of the previous race. Eric Santos, Makoto Hager next up, then Jan Klingenberg and Casper Hockerberg, one of the real entertainers of the club division, lines up 16th on the grid. Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car has Ernst Inderbitsen for company, and the other GT4 car, Henry Wheeler and Guido Schmidt, are ahead of Anthony Vince, who's not going to be making the start of this race once again because of a crash in practice this morning. So cars now out on their formation lap, getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. And unlike the previous race, it's not a standing start, it is a rolling start. So they will, next time around, be side by side when they cross the start-finish line for the very last time in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The cars now generating heat in the tyres and in the brakes. And there's Guido Schmidt in the car that has been driven by Walter Boerkamps in the sport division. He is, in fact, the car owner. Fancy to go behind the wheel himself. And Walter has been coaching him this weekend and doing a great job as well, because he brought it home in 17th place in the last race. The teams look on nervously from the garage. We look on nervously from our commentary position as the cars now grid up side by side. And it will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. The new champion, the 224 car, second in the championship alongside him. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who has the pole position on that side because it's a rolling start. That is the best position to head into turn 1. So he has that inside line as the cars now head up to turn 13. The safety car very shortly will duck off into the pit lane, and the cars will be requested, as before, to pass through their grid boxes as they start for the very last time the race of round 8 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The revving of the engines, hopefully a bit of heat in the tyres by now. Are you ready to do this for one last time in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division? The cars are now side by side, picking up the speed. Safety car into the pit lane. It looks great. The cars absolutely level as they come out across the line. And we are racing for the very last time in Barcelona in 2026. The lights go not green. So looks like we have an issue. Well, I built that one up nicely, didn't I? And it didn't happen. So clearly the race director not happy with the start procedure. So the lights have remained amber. Did you like the build-up? Well, we've gone red flag. The clock has stopped with 20 seconds gone. So I'm not sure what the issue has been. So red flag. Wow, built that one up, didn't I? And it all came to nothing. So red flags are out. So clearly the race director not happy. He said, apparently, according to Piers, the race director said that if the cars were not in formation, this would happen. So clearly he was not happy with the positioning of all the cars on the grid. As I mentioned, they need to be in single file, side by side, passing through the grid boxes. He wanted 2 straight lines. And so, right, well, Piers is feeding me information from the pit lane here. The race time is going to be reduced by 5 minutes. And we're going to do it all again. So, they've had their rehearsal. Don't think there's any penalties. There may well be if it happens again. So, the race director has decided he was not happy with the start. I won't do such a hyped up start now. We'll be ready to go. They're up at turn 9 at the moment, to turn 10. The red flag, now I don't know whether they're going to come to a stop on the grid, do another formation lap, or whether they will go this time around. We're in a voyage of discovery here. It's in no man's land. So, it's going to be a full grid reform, apparently. So they're going to have to come back to a stop. We do another grid work, couldn't we, Piers? Go interview a few more drivers. No, he says, I've had enough. Right, okay, well, anticlimax.com. We don't Google that. We will come back to the grid and we'll try again in just a few moments. So that was a nice little dress rehearsal there, wasn't it? So here's Javier Ripoll Jr. still leading the way. Well, that's 5 minutes less. He's going to have to fend off Joel Monegro, isn't it? So here we come back to the grid. So I'm guessing there will be a new formation lap that will come in a few moments. Our race directors don't bluff, do they? They said if the drivers exceeded track limits, they were going to get a penalty, and they have. And they said that if they didn't do a decent formation lap, they were going to get another one, and they have. So we'll try it all again. So everything back to stop. I don't think this is going to be a long delay. I don't think the pit crews are going to be coming back out again. The man in yellow, pit lane marshal, making sure everyone's in position. They're doing a good job, aren't they? And making sure that everybody looks good. Don't run them over. Thank you. And then just making sure everything is good. Everybody back into their grid boxes. And then watch them jumble it all up on the formation lap as we try again. So, new rolling start will be initiated. That is the message that has been sent. And we will do it all again in a few moments. So, how's the weather? Well, it's dry. Now we can see that they just want to make sure everything is correct. And this is something that the drivers have been forewarned about. So you don't want to mess around with the race directors here. So there is Hans Frisch alongside Marcus Gratian. Still yet to see his hair. Need him to get up near the front so we can do that. And just making sure everybody... That was interesting. There, Hans Frisch in the 92 car is meant to be alongside Olivier Bertels. There's a gap where Peter Sander should have been. I wonder if that was the issue on the previous formation lap. You cannot move in to an empty space in front of you on the grid. And it may well be that that is the possibility why we had that aborted start. Time will tell, but we are 3 minutes away from the start of this formation lap. So, our new champion, Joel Monegro, will start in second. Everybody now clearing the grid. Good job done there. Thank you, everybody. Javier Ripoll Jr. would love to score his second win ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Will be focused like mad. Always worried that he puts too much pressure on himself, Javier. You can just see how much he wants it, how hard he tries. And sometimes when you are less focused and less tense, you can actually perform better. Some of the drivers have got their doors open. It's quite warm here in the Spanish sunshine, so just getting a little bit of cool air in before what will be a 25-minute plus 1 lap race. So that fine lady there will have the job of holding up the 15-second boards. Does she know that the world is watching her? She probably does now, because you can probably hear me talking about it. Keep a straight face. And in a moment, the 15-second board will be shown. And we will be ready. There we go. Job done. Round of applause to that lot. And now our focus is back on the racing. The view from Joel Monegro's car. You can hear the engine running in the background. And the formation lap starts. Well, the safety car's gone. Right, here we go. Finally, Javier finds first gear. Gets the thing off the line. So, time to warm the tyres once again. A bit of weaving going on. The sun quite low in the sky. Still quite early on in the year, obviously. And being the last race of the day, You can get the sun in your eyes, particularly with the plastic windscreens diffusing it. So visibility can be a bit of an issue, as we will no doubt see from some of the onboards when the drivers are running into the sun. So a sense of deja vu here. We said that the last formation lap was the very last formation lap of the season. Well, it wasn't. This is the very last formation lap of the season, in theory. And once again, Javier Ripoll Jr. leads the field around, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes. I'm quite interested to see how Bert de Hoos goes from that third place, because he was very rapid in the last race. And I think the top 6 looks like a lot of drama, a lot of energy packed up in that top 6, ready to be unleashed on the unsuspecting crowd. So up into turn 9 and around to turn 10. Our leader's just heading into 10 at the moment. And once again, the instruction will be given to grid up side by side. Let's see if we can do it right this time. So here we go. As you were about 10 minutes ago, the cars are now side by side. Safety car at a glacial pace, making sure everyone can catch up, everyone can get into position. Hopefully everybody now doing it exactly as they should. So for the last time in 2026, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division on their formation lap. On board with Joel Monegro as they circulate around turns 13 and now towards turn 14. This is the view from Dean Burden. All of this just increases the adrenaline, the stopping, the starting, the not getting going. The drivers are now itching to get racing. And finally, the safety car should peel off into the pit lane and we will be ready to go. There is the pit lane. Indicate to the right. Into the pit lane he goes. And now Javier Ripoll Jr., Joel Monegro build up the speed very, very slowly, side by side, out onto the pit straight. Looking better than it was on the last time around. The cars head out towards the start-finish line and we are ready to go racing for the very last time in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's a drag race into turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. cuts down to the inside. Joel Monegro there as well. But look at Tarek Fahmy trying to come around the outside. Goes deep into turn 1. Now Joel Monegro also coming back after not a great start. This has worked very well for Javier Ripoll Jr. because Tarek Fahmy has got into the mix with Joel Monegro. Now Bert de Hoos is in there as well. Everybody's scrapping for those positions. Look at Levent Turkman. Goes to the inside, takes out Bert de Hoos and also Dean Burden. An absolute disaster. Levent Turkman under braking. This will certainly bring out a safety car once again. Absolute disaster there under braking. Levent Turkman. There's a car pointing in the wrong direction as well. That's Alexander Dobik. So a fairly catastrophic opening lap of the race. I think we're going to see a safety car. At the moment, it's a double yellow flag. But Levent Turkman under braking, and now a tag from the treble 9 car onto the 42 car. So Olivier Bertels and Tarek Fahmy also getting together. It certainly feels like the last day of school, doesn't it? A full course yellow is out. What a shame. Bert de Hoos had high expectations to see what he was going to do. An innocent bystander, I think. And he's out of the car. Levent Turkman is out, and a shame because Dean Burden as well, who looked so good in the last race, was one of my bets to get a podium, and it looks like his day is done as well. So 3 cars to be retrieved. We're on a full course yellow, not safety car, so the clock keeps ticking. I can hear some yeehaws in the background. I don't think it's coming from the drivers though, and Levent Turkman will walk away from the car. He got the thing airborne. I think it was he who triggered the incident. He walks over to talk to Bert de Hoos and looked like a consoling hand on the shoulder. Dean Burden looking to repeat what was a spectacular first race. And there's going to be no such achievements here in the final race of the season. Right, let's have another look here. It was Turkman on the inside. I mean, it was all very crowded. And Turkman saw the gap there, heading into the corner. He took to the grass and then just clipped Bert de Hoos. And Dean Burden, very much the innocent bystander on the outside, is potted like a snooker ball into the gravel trap. And the sad news is all three drivers out of the race. I don't think Dean Burden would be able to restart, even if he was able to. So Javier Ripoll Jr. is the leader. The race is still underway, unbelievably. We're hitting the 1/3 point. We hadn't had any racing yet. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who's leading Joel Monegro. Tarek Fahmy was also in the dramas. We saw him and Olivier Bertels getting together. So there's nothing indicating any issues there. We had Alexander Dobic, who also rotated. He has rejoined, but he is all the way down in 15th place at the moment. So he's going to have a long last race ahead of him. So looking here, oh, this is Dobic. Oh, so it was Olivier Bertels who'd gotten to the back of him as well as Tarek Fahmy. So I wonder whether the race stewards might want to get involved. The winner of the first race today is responsible for contact with two other cars. Now, he may declare that they were slowing down when he wasn't. We'll see what occurs with that. But at the moment, the winner of the first race today, Olivier Bertels in treble 9, in 4th place. So he's certainly moving forwards, but has made contact with several other cars, certainly 2 that we've seen on camera. But nothing under investigation at the moment on that front. The investigation that is undergoing is involving cars that are out of the race. Well, I said, I'm not sure Dean Burden would be able to rejoin. We're on board with him. It'd be nice if he is allowed to restart the race, just because it would be good to see him there. And he has been such an entertainer. Well, he's got used to coming from the back, because he did it for both races at Valencia after getting disqualified from quali. Now, we'll see whether he's able to rejoin or not in due course, or whether he just brings the thing back into the pit lane. Maybe a bit of damage. Certainly the splitter looks a little bit reshaped. Certainly Bert de Hoos is out. There's no doubt about that. And also Levent Turkman, they are both out. The Marshall's modifying the right front corner of the car, which is already fairly modified on its own. And I think they're doing that not because they want to get it into the race or repair it, but just they want to be able to steer it behind the barrier, I think. And that'll go back to Iris Durr's team, ID Racing, where it will be repaired. But certainly, right, well, instruction has been given. I thought might be the case. Dean Burden is to retire from the race due to mechanical assistance. So race control have intervened and said he may not restart. Thought that might be the case. Shame, because we'd love to have seen him coming through the pack, but alas, it is not to be. But the name Dean Burden will remain in the minds of all of us for time to come, and I shall certainly be keeping one eye on him on whatever he does during 2026. I'm assuming it will be Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain again. So he peels off into the pit lane. A very sad end to what has been a great day up until now. And hopefully he's gained experience, setup, and all the rest of it to get him up to speed for his time in Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. And so we thank Dean Burden for entertaining us, certainly in Valencia and Barcelona. So he will peel off into his garage and his day is done. So the race is approaching. We're getting close to the halfway point. Oh, Levent Turkman's car is still yet to be retrieved. So we're probably going to be at the halfway point, and we've only had about 2 corners of racing so far. But we should hopefully be back underway before too long. The crew out on track, the marshals, have done a great job, and a fair bit to clear up there after that incident. And Javier Ripoll Jr., well, he's looking after his tyres, isn't he? Just circulating around at this kind of speed. under full course yellow, which is 80 kilometers an hour. So that's enough to hopefully generate some heat. Oh, we've got red flag again. So the red flag is out. Not entirely sure what is occurring here. Oh, and that car looks like still in gear, doesn't it? So they've dragged it out. I don't think it is, but they've dragged it out. But we've got a red flag. Not entirely sure. Bring on the potter's wheel, because there's clearly another issue that needs to be resolved. I'm wondering whether they just need some heavy machinery, because clearly they're struggling to steer the Bert de Host car out to behind the tyre barrier. So there's damage to the front right-hand corner of that car, and they've got to get Levent Turkman's car around there as well. So the decision has been given. I'm very fascinated. If anybody knows why we've got a red flag, do feel free to tell me. So at the moment, we're witnessing a bunch of marshals trying to move a car. So the session will be restarted. That's good news. Time yet to be confirmed. Hopefully before it gets dark. The cars are fitted with headlights, but we'd like to be able to see what's happening. We have, I'm just looking to see whether we've lost anybody else. So we've lost, have we lost Henry Wheeler? I think we have done. Bert de Host, Levent Turkman, Peter Sander. I don't think Henry Wheeler actually took the start of the race, not according to the timing screen. Anyway, we've clearly lost Dean Burden as well. Alexander Dobic is still running, albeit last, in 15th place. So you see the bouncing of the Levent Turkman car in the background. I think it might have a bit of damage to the suspension there, or to the steering, which is why it's bouncing across the gravel as they tow it away. So, well, this is a good insight into removing the car. Oh, it's going to reverse into it then. Like it won't go forwards. Let's try and drag it backwards instead. The problem when you have a broken steering on the car, you have to tow it in different directions to try and get the thing out. So the strap is attached. You can got a nice view. Oh, high speed removal from the fence. Splitter in reverse. Well, that's why they couldn't steer the thing. The steering is broken, leaving some nice grooves in the gravel trap as well. So we'll try and take it out backwards instead. You get a nice view of the tyre barrier there as well. They do a sterling job. Thank heavens to hear that Piers is in the pits. I'll give us something to talk about. Piers, down to you.
Great work, Brian, as always. Thank you for keeping us updated. And while the excellent marshalling team here at the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya get to work and retrieving the cars, we'll have a chat to some of our drivers to find out their perspective of our interrupted race so far. Javier, you've led the race, but you haven't had to do a whole heap. It's not been a huge amount of racing so far.
Yeah, I don't know what something happened in turn 4. They knocked everybody out in turn 4. Sadly, they didn't knock out the one guy behind me.
Yes, yeah. No, we've had 3 or 4 cars off. They're all good. Everyone's okay.
Cars. I mean, I saw them. Were second, third, and fourth position. So 3 fast guys. They knocked out. I don't know what happened. You're supposed to be green already, and now they put us in the pit. So let's see.
Let's see, indeed. I think we're just waiting on one of the cars. Steering's broken, so they're having to just retrieve it. So, but everyone's okay. We've got about half the race to go, so a sprint race effectively. You've still got a quick man behind you, though.
Yes. Let's see. Let's try to fight for it, and then let's try to do it this time.
It's great that we've got Joel, who's the champion, and you, who's pretty much guaranteed second place. Doing it out for the final race of the season.
We need to get the win. Doesn't matter, no matter what.
Yeah, you heard it here first. Javier Ripoll Jr. going for the win. We knew that was going to happen, though, didn't we? Oh, Tio Elenas, Tio. Let's grab it. I haven't spoken to you today. Just a quick one. Unfortunately, your pace was rapid this weekend in the sport division, but the results didn't show it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good quali, not a bad quali. Then on race 1 got taken out from P4, so I had to go to the back of the grid, and then I managed to recover just to move forward. From lap 7, lap 8 onwards, I was doing P1, P2, P3 lap times, but I was already too far behind, then just finished 11th. And then for the second one, I was P5. Then at some point I went P4, but unfortunately Hofner started with new tires, and he had so much pace at the first 5 laps. that I couldn't hold him like on the start finish in the end. So after I had the moment with him, the other guy overtook me. I felt a little bit back on the grid. Then I managed to make my way on the front, finished P6, P5. But yeah, it was good because I still have the pace. I'm there or thereabouts, and now my aim for later on is just to continue in that manner.
Well, we look forward to seeing your season going forward. It looks like you and Alex have got a good partnership going, both and with the team as well. Any words of wisdom for Javier ahead of his last partial race?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to talk to him now. And
what are you going to say?
It's just to keep on hitting his braking marks and concentrate and just don't look behind. Just enjoy his race.
Enjoy his race. Tio Elenas for the S1 Racing Team. Teammates, of course, to Javier Ripoll, who leads this race. Joel Monegro, can we have a quick chat? No, Joel's very much in the zone. Doesn't want to chuck to me. Eyes closed, which means door is shut. We've spoken to Tarek Fahmy, who's getting some running repairs, potentially, to the car. Yeah, I think there's just a little bit of damage here. If we have a look. Just on the rear right, I think where he got a little hit, the rear diffuser's had some modifications, as Brian said earlier on. The team, I think, are doing everything they can to just reposition that into a position which is much safer and affects the rear of the car much less. Great job by the B driver team to do some proper makeshift engineering. It does pain me a little bit to see someone taking a hammer to the rear of one of these cars. Are we okay to have a quick chat? Olivier, what's that? What's wrong? The door is bent. Maybe try and close that properly, sorry. There we go. Sorry about that, guys, didn't realise. No problem. It's okay, we won't be able to reach, it's okay. Olivier Bertels can't get in because his door is bent, so plenty of cars have received some light modification during this race. But Olivier, he could get out, of course. If he needed to, he could, but I just don't want to open the door and cause any more damage than was already done. Wow, busy race so far, right?
My God,
My
cars jumping all over.
Sorry, say that again.
My God, cars jumping all over.
Yes, but you managed to avoid pretty much all of them so far. Krista, this has been a bit of a busy introduction to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for you.
Oh yes, it's chaotic.
We've got 15 minutes or so remaining, I think, still, depending if the time is still counting down. Yes, clock's up 17 minutes, so still half the race to go. You've made some positions, maybe just by staying out of trouble. What's your plan for the remainder of the race?
Staying out of trouble.
I think that's probably a good plan. Krista going in the 1-1-0 there. He's been one of the quicker drivers in practice, qualified just outside the top 10, but has made progress. Let's have a quick word with Hans Frisch. We were going to chat to Hans on the grid, but he was in conversation with an engineer. Hans, I can see a smile on your face. Are you enjoying things, even though everything's kind of falling down around you?
It's a crazy day for me. I do not a lot of racing today, no? So we will see.
We will see. You've made places so far already because there's been cars that have left the circuit. What's your plan for the rest of the race?
So I will see if I get in my rhythm and stay behind these guys, and we will see what happens.
We will see. Hans Frisch there in the 92. Thanks very much for chatting to us, Hans. I'll close that door for you. Oh, let's make sure that's closed properly. Otherwise, that might fly open. Again, I don't want to be the cause of anyone's doors not quite opening this weekend. Another chat. Why don't I have another chat with Marcus Greichen? Marcus, still can't see your hair, but you've made positions in this race.
3 places further forward, though, now, aren't I?
Exactly. Every time we speak to you, you're further forward.
Sweating from my eyeballs as well.
Exactly. Talk to us about what you've seen so far. It's obviously it funnels down towards turn number 1. Did you get a view of the incident at turn 4?
I saw a car go up in the air. I had one spin round in front of me. I was fighting my own battles. And these things, it's just quick reactions and stay out of trouble.
Absolutely. Quick reactions is what is needed. Second half of the race, I imagine, will probably be another rolling start. So what's your plan for the remainder?
It will probably be behind a safety car restart. So it'll be single file. So get on it. Keep the guy behind me, and maybe try and get in front of him.
There we go. Well, that's all you can do, I suppose, isn't it? That's Marcus Greichen for the... Let me get the team name right, because it's a bit of a mouthful for my English tongue. Mühlner Motorsport. That's my best go. Makoto Haga there is just getting himself in the zone for Team GP Elite. Great to have that driver on the grid. Moving further down, Eric Santos, who we spoke to on the grid. Let's grab a word with our GT4 champion in 2025. Our championship-winning driver, Daniel Lewis. Daniel, how does it feel to be champion?
Amazing.
I can see you're absolutely buzzing. It's been busy on circuit. You've had to dodge a few cars.
Yeah, definitely. There's been quite a few shunts.
Yes.
Many that I had to avoid. They all came up really quickly, and then I just had to get out of the way. But I'm lucky to have no dents, to be fair.
Yeah, no dents so far. We're hoping to keep it that way, I assume.
100%. Yeah, I think I might get into a couple of battles because I know the people behind me definitely qualified quicker than me. But I'm going to have a nice hack with them later on.
Yes, again, I won't do translations. I think we've done enough translations this year. Shunt and hack, they're good ones. Dan, you know, it was good to have another GT4. Of course, it was Henry Wheeler, who hasn't actually got any GT4 experience, but you did have someone to sort of race against in that previous one.
Well, yeah, it was nice to have him in the race. I think we were about 2.5 seconds a lap quicker, which so it didn't put up much competition. But,
or maybe you're just that good.
You know what I mean? But yeah.
Let's you know, look. We've got a bit of a pause now. Let's look ahead to the season. Of course, you have been the sole GT4. That's not because you've just gone pot hunting. It is because you're very much preparing for the season. Remind everyone at home, you know, why you're here this stage of the season, racing out in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in this car.
So basically, I'm racing the Sprint Challenge GB, and this championship is more of a bit of practice for me for back home.
It's been good. It's been good mileage, and it's good to get in the racing rhythm again this season.
Yeah, I get a lot of experience. Get loads of experience. Gets me back in the seat. Loads of seat time, like an unbelievable amount of seat time. I've been in the seat for hours and hours and hours, just practicing. It's great. I definitely can say I'm more experienced now. But what I've been doing is just comparing my laps to people from last year, see how I get on compared to them, and so far it's been pretty decent. I think I'm very much near the end of the limit of this car.
Well, that's a good place to be at the start of the season, isn't it? So, Dan, I'll leave you to it. Word from the Race Car Consultants team. How do you reckon Dan's got on this season? Not had much competition, but he's still had a good crack, hasn't he?
Oh, he's done well. I mean, he's been fighting with the Carrera Cup cars, so he's done really well. He's obviously third in the overall championship as well, so hopefully he can close that off today, and obviously third in a GT4 car would be a pretty epic result. So.
Absolutely. And you guys are going to be a team together, I assume, back in the UK this year?
Yeah, we ran him all there last year, so same plan this year. See how he gets on in the UK.
I assume the plan is championship for that?
Hopefully, yeah, that's the aim. That's what we're going for.
Absolutely. Well, great to have you in the championship. Thanks very much for joining us this year. I hear in my ear that we've got the cars on a flatbed, so it's on screen. Well, there you go. There's the cars nearly retrieved from the circuit. Casper Huckelman, who we spoke to on the grid. It's all right, Casper, I'll leave you to it this time. We've spoken to Casper a fair amount this season. And actually, it looks like with all the doors closing and cars firing up, it's probably about time. I'll hand it back to Brian Oliver to start us, getting us ready for the second half of the final chapter of this 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season.
Thank the Lord for Piers Pryor. Great stuff there. Some interesting insight as well. Thank you so much, Piers. That was most welcome. Right, well, good news is you can hear all the banging going on in the background. Honestly, it sounded like the pit area of a banger race, them rearranging, particularly the back end of Tarek Fakmi's car, which did get a bit of damage after a close encounter of the Olivier Berthels kind. But hopefully it's all back together. The lights are flashing on the safety car. So about 15 days after we attempted to start this race, we might actually get the final 17 and a half minutes. The car will be on our rolling lap before too long. We'll get this thing going. Javier Ripoll Jr. has led for every lap of this race so far and has fended off Joel Monegro, but it could all change. For those that are dealing with worn rubber, and you heard Daniel Lewis saying already that they just put in so much laps over the last few days and tyres are limited. So for those that were getting a bit close to mark on rubber, of course, this is a bit of a welcome shortage of the race because it means that rubber only has to last another 17 and a quarter minutes, and part of that's going to be behind the safety car because we're going to have this formation lap, and then I expect the next time we head into turn one it will be at racing speed, although assume nothing. So once again it's that whole process of getting the heat back into the tyres. While the cars have been static in the pit lane, everything will have cooled down. And I mentioned it before, it does play havoc with the drivers' heads as well. You're hyped up, you're ready to go, the adrenaline's flowing, suddenly it's all stopped. Then you get going again, then it's all stopped. And it really is a roller coaster. And being a race-winning driver, a lot of it is also about controlling it mentally, keeping on top of the game when you've got the stops and the starts. Because when you get out of bed in the morning, you think you are going to have a qualifying session and 2 sprint races. You don't think you're going to have all these stops and starts with the adrenaline up and down and peaking. And the drivers have been sat in the seats now for quite a long time. Some of them might need a trip to the bathroom. All these things are considerations. You need comfort, you need focus, you need concentration. And Javier Ripoll Jr. has had plenty of time to think about getting the job done. We saw when Piers walked past in the pit lane that Joel Monegro had his eyes closed, didn't want to talk, just wanted to focus on how he was going to dispatch the car in front in the next quarter of an hour or so, because that's about what we're going to have left once we have completed this lap. We're up at turn 7 at the moment, heading towards turn 8. And I would expect the safety car to come in, and now it just flashes up, yes, safety car will be in on this lap. So it's going to be about 15 minutes of racing, all being well, assume nothing, plus the 1 lap when we head round to receive the green flag next time around. So Javier Ripoll Jr. will once again need to back the pack up. He will allow the safety car to get away, and then it will be his decision when to hit the accelerator as he tries to get his 2nd win of the season. Right, okay. Well, he hasn't allowed the safety car to get that far ahead, has he? He was right close to it. So it's meant that Joel Monegro has anticipated this well. We're back under green flag racing once again, but Javier Ripoll Jr. has already left himself a bit vulnerable to Joel Monegro. You can see the reflection of his lights flashing in the back bumper of Javier Ripoll's car. Into turn 1 they come. In the background, Olivier Bertels up into 3rd place to the inside of Tarek Fakmi, but Javier Ripoll Jr. didn't allow the safety car to get too far away and has left himself with a little bit of work to do to keep the new champion, Joel Monegro, behind him. Well, he's done a good enough job so far, but Monegro is tucked up, and in the background, the very rapid Olivier Bertels is honing in on both of them. So we'll see how that one shakes out. At the moment, Bertels in 3rd place is too far back to challenge. So it's going to be kind of now or never for Joel Monegro. Otherwise, it's going to be a 3, maybe even 4-car battle if the cars behind manage to close in on him. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr., we heard him said, we heard Piers talking to Tira Elenas just now, who is coaching him, who said, we're encouraging him to not worry about what's behind, look at what's ahead, enjoy the race. And ultimately, the drivers are doing this for enjoyment. Don't be stressing about what's happening in the rearview mirror. Be focused on hitting the braking points and doing what needs to be done up front. So, there's the 718 of Marcus Gratian for Mulner Motorsport, who is also putting pressure on the car in front. That car in front is Hans Frisch, who had a torrid race 1, looking to improve, finally getting some racing laps under his belt in race 2. Up ahead of Hans Frisch is Krista Andero as well. And in fact, it's not Krista Andero, is it? It's Tarek Fakmi. So Fakmi in the B driver car is out onto the pit straight once again with the modified rear diffuser. Large quantity of gaffer tape as well, holding everything together just nicely as they cross the line. So we can see that Javier Ripoll Jr., well, across the start-finish line, had about 6/10 on Joel Monegro. That's not as much as he would like to take this win comfortably. Olivier Bertels is up into 3rd place, ahead of Krista Andero, Tarek Fakmi, Hans Frisch, Marcus Gratian, and then Makoto Haga. Did a good job up into 8th place, ahead of Eric Santos. We heard he was a bit under the weather due to flu, so getting up to 9th place despite that. Good job there. Casper Hockerbaum also from the back of the pack. So the drivers who have kept themselves out of trouble are the ones that are scoring well at the moment. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. keep himself out of trouble for the next 12 minutes? Joel Monegro looking racy and putting the pressure on. He's already got a championship under his belt. Would like to get another win. He has won every race bar 2 so far this season, and would like to get past Javier Ripoll Jr., who has just won 1 race in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and that was last time out in Valencia. Needs to look after the tyres. And as already said, not be stressing about what's going on behind. Ultimately, if you put the car in the right place on the track, the car behind is going to struggle to get past. That was easy for me to say. Joel Monegro certainly has that target in front of him and has been thinking for about the last hour about how he's going to find a way past. Out across the start-finish line, they come once again. Is he close enough to challenge into turn one? Has a little look to the left-hand side, the outside into turn one before the brake lights come on, and then ducks towards the inside. Ripoll Jr. has it covered at the moment. The lead two have broken well clear of Olivier Bertels, who's in that third place in the 999 car, ahead of Krista Andero. Again, on board with Joel Monegro. The Est1 car, on the whole, across both the sport and the club division, has been so quick this year. And you feel as though Est1 Racing themselves have taken some big steps forwards in their car preparation over the winter period, or during last year and into this year, because all of their cars have been looking very rapid. But they have the track experience by Manthey car, the legendary Manthey team, in second place. And now Joel Monegro, as the race approaches its final third of the season, in fact, is now lining himself up to maybe make a challenge for that lead. We've seen Javier Ripoll Jr. maybe crumbling a little bit under pressure in the past. Has he learnt from this? Positioning the car perfectly. Don't miss the braking points. Don't allow yourself to be distracted by those bright Porsche headlights strobing in your mirrors. Ripoll taking a much wider line through the corner, a tight line for Joel Monegro. Daniel Lewis up to 11th place in the GT4 car. Already saying he's gained so much for being part of this series during 2026. Out onto the pit straight, right, once again. 9.5 minutes remaining, plus one lap. Across the line they come, 0.3 of a second, basically nothing between them. Into turn one, Joel Monegro, now the fastest car on the track with that fastest lap. Will he duck to the inside or the outside? He has a look to the outside. Ripoll a little cautious into turn one, but that's all good because he hasn't left any opportunities. He hasn't outbraked himself. Monegro will know that he can put the pressure on here. So important that Javier Ripoll Jr. just focuses on what's ahead. Behind, Olivier Bertels is some 5 seconds back. So it is a two-car battle for the top step of the podium at the moment. Javier Ripoll Jr. taking a much wider line around to turn 4. And into turn 5 they come. Monegro seems to be able to position the silver, black and red car exactly where he wants, and he positions it to the inside of Javier Ripoll Jr. He has a bit of space on the inside. Ripoll has the momentum round the outside though. Into turn 9 they will come. The right-hander, Javier Ripoll Jr. once again back to the front, but Monegro putting the pressure on. Can Ripoll Jr. hold on to this for another 8 minutes and 20 seconds? Here we come again, flashing the lights in towards turn 10. Has a look to the outside. Now the left hand into the right hand, which will be turn 12. Then it's 13 and 14, that sweeping corner. But Monegro, surely he's going to try and get as close as possible through this sequence of corners so that he is in the perfect position when they head out onto the pit straight. He tucks up nice and close into turn 14. This is his opportunity. Less than 8 minutes remaining. Monegro now will have a slipstream as they head past the pits across the start-finish line once again in towards turn 1. In the evening sunshine, Monegro looks to the outside. He nails his colours to the mast. This is where he's going to go into turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. will want to brake as late as possible. You can see the car twitching under braking. Monegro tries to cut back to the inside, but Javier Ripoll Jr. has learnt. He's learnt how to hold it all together, and he's done it brilliantly. Into turns 1, 2 and 3. Olivier Bertels in the background has Krista Andero for company. Monegro continues to record fastest laps of the race, but still Javier Ripoll Jr. has the advantage. He has track position with 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. First and second absolutely glued together. Javier Ripoll Jr. must focus. He goes deep into the corner. Monegro has a gap on the inside, but once again, Ripoll has the momentum. Again, Monegro to the inside. Again, Ripoll with the momentum. Into the corner he comes. He still has the racing line. He still has that lead. The gap down to just over a tenth of a second. But still, Ripoll Jr. with the advantage. Monegro with all those fastest laps. The car will be getting hot. The tyres will be getting hot. Following so closely behind. He might want to back off. He might want to let things cool down. But time is running out. 6 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap on the clock. So if he's got anything up his sleeve, it's going to have to be pretty soon for Joel Monegro. He's dropped back at the moment, allowing the car to cool. The dirty air that's coming from the 91 car leading the way, not helping him. But now he gets back closer again into turn 14, out onto the pit straight. Once again, still well clear, some 7 seconds clear of Olivier Bertels out across the start-finish line. Monegro further back this time, maybe just cooling it for a lap or so before one final launch on the back of Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see the car once again, a little bit of a wobble under braking from Ripoll Jr., but all under control. Still Monegro pumps in those fastest laps. The purple keeps coming up on the timing screen, but it's still advantage Javier Ripoll Jr. 5.5 minutes remaining of this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge. Southern Europe, the champion, the new champion, is in second place, second in the championship, is leading the race, looking for some silverware to finish the season off. Still Monegro, not close enough to pounce at the moment, but clearly he's got more up his sleeve. Further back, Marcus Gratian is up with Tarek Fahmy and a whole host of cars behind him, including Makoto Haga, Eric Santos in there, as well as Jan Klingenberg. The 718 of Marcus Gratian in 7th place at the moment. Closing it on Tarek Fahmy. Up ahead of him is Hans Frisch. That is all for 5th place. All drivers trying to work their way forwards. Alexander Dobic, after a troubled start to the race, working his way back through the pack, looks to the inside of Eric Santos. That is for 9th place. At the front, the lead gap's opened up to just over half a second. We've got one eye on that, but this is the closest battle on the track. There is 5th, Hans Frisch. To the inside goes Gratian on the inside of Tarek Fahmy, and he has that position. So Gratian up to 6th place in the 718 Molnar Motorsport car. Fahmy is relegated down into the clutches of Makoto Haga. Less than 5 minutes remaining, coming up to 4 minutes remaining of this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Track limits warning is issued to that number 83 car, Makoto Haga. He must keep it within the white lines. Gratian out into that 6th place, crosses the line. Some 17, 18 seconds back from the race leaders who are well ahead of this fight. Alexander Dobik's not done yet. Shows his face to the inside of Haga into turn 1. Makoto Haga has the momentum around the outside, but Alexander Dobik picking off cars one by one. A lot of pace in the Hadeka racing car, and moves his way up another position. There's Hans Frisch. There is Marcus Gratian hustling the car around the corner. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race remaining. There is Alexander Dobik in the 33 car, has already left Makoto Haga in his dust. Behind him is Eric Santos. At the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. continues to withstand immense pressure. 3 minutes remaining. He has led every lap of this race so far. Joel Monegro has had a nose almost in front, but has not been able to make it stick. Can Monegro do anything about it? Can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold it all together for another 2 3/4 minutes plus the 1 lap? They're up to turn 13 at the moment, then to turn 14. Monegro running out of time. If he's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it soon. Either that or push Javier Ripoll Jr. into making a mistake, putting the pressure onto him. He's going to try and pass him here, surely. Out along the pits they come once again. Ripoll Jr. showing great speed in the S1 racing car, on board with Joel Monegro in towards turn 1. Again, another fastest lap. Monegro now winding himself up for one last attack on Javier Ripoll Jr. into turn 1. Ripoll Jr. keeps it tidy. Monegro still there in that 2nd place. Bertels a distant 3rd place. It is a 2-horse race for the top step of the podium. Javier Ripoll Jr., Joel Monegro, the top 2 in the championship. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining of this race. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold it all together We've seen a couple of occasions where he's lost it on the last lap, where the concentration has lapsed, where the pressure has got to him. Can he keep it all together here now? Can he fend off Joel Monegro? Monegro again with that tighter line through the corner. Javier Ripoll Jr. with the momentum, still holding on to the lead of this race. 90 seconds of timed racing remaining. This couldn't be any closer. It could go either way. Still Javier Ripoll Jr. leading from Joel Monegro. Monegro trying everything he can think of, putting the pressure on, trying to make him make a mistake at the front of the race. Birtles too far back in that third place. So just the first two cars that we're focused on here. 1 minute remaining of this race plus the one lap. The race leader is up at turn 13 at the moment, goes deep into the corner, then into turn 14. He will come once again out onto the pit straight. So it's going to be 2 more laps remaining of this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold on for just 2 more laps of the Barcelona circuit? About 9 kilometers remaining to stay in front of Joel Monegro. He has withstood so much pressure. Still, Joel Monegro records the fastest laps into turn 1. They come once again. The fight is on for third place as well. Krista Andero now challenging Olivier Birtles for the last of the podium positions. So much to look at here in the closing stages. It's been a slow burner, but we are being treated to a great finale now for the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The clock is about to strike 0. It will be what remains of this lap and then 1 more before the season comes to a close. Javier Ripoll Jr. has not put a foot wrong for the whole of this race, but he goes a bit wide there. A bit of dust kicks up into the air. He needs to keep his focus. You can see that Joel Monegro is now winding himself up for one last assault on the number 91 car. Still, the Venezuelan that leads the race keeps it all together, keeps it focused. He needs to keep it exactly here for a little over 1 more lap of this circuit to take his second ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He will be stressed, he will be sweating, he will be focused. He has now just coming up to about 5 kilometers left of this race to take that checkered flag. Joel Monegro has tried to put the pressure on, has tried to force him into a mistake. He's going to have one last opportunity to pass him on the circuit along the pit straight, which will be coming up in just a few moments. Out of 14, onto the pit straight they come to start the very last lap of the season. As Javier Ripoll Jr. is now all or nothing from Joel Monegro. We're on board with him. He looks to the outside, to the inside, back to the outside. Ripoll trying to break the toe into turn 1. He hits the braking point absolutely perfectly. Into turn 2 he comes once again. These two cars absolutely welded together. Nothing between them. Behind we see a challenge for third place as well. Krista Andero. Has he found a route past? We've got that on one picture as well. But at the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. into turn 5. He will come. He has led every lap of this race. He needs to hold it together for the last 2/3 of this lap. The new champion, Joel Monegro, has thrown everything he can think of. But is he going to go wide? He just about holds it together. This is incredibly close. Javier Ripoll Jr. goes to block. Joel Monegro has a look to the inside. Into turn 9 they come for the very last time. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who leads the way. Can he hold it for the last 4 corners of this circuit? He still has the job done. Joel Monegro has tried absolutely everything to get past the number 91 car, but he hasn't been able to make it stick. Now Ripoll Jr. just needs to hit all the braking points, hit all the apexes exactly as he needs to with the car and the tyres that are so worn out. But now he's into turn 13, heading up there now for the very last time. It'll be this and one more turn before he sees the checker flag. Javier Ripoll Jr. has withstood so much pressure, but he is going to take a win in the final round of the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, and a second win ever for Javier Ripoll Jr., withstanding immense pressure from Joel Monegro. We then wait for Krista Andero to come back past over the finish line. having snuck past Olivier Bertels with a lap remaining of this race. And then it'll be Hans Frisch ahead of Marcus Gratian, and then Tarek Fahmy, Alexander Dobek coming back to a very respectable 8th place ahead of Makoto Haga, Eric Santos, Jan Klingenberg, Kasper Hockerboom. A win in the GT4 category for Daniel Lewis ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen. Guido Schmidt, the last of the runners. Boy, did Javier Ripoll Jr. have to fight for that. And a lovely swerve towards the checkered flag from Daniel Lewis as he acknowledges his win in the GT4 category. But what pressure did Javier Ripoll Jr. have to withstand to take that win? And I would say that maybe earlier on in the season, he may have been flustered. He may have made mistakes. We've seen it. But here, he's learnt. He kept it together. He withstood all that pressure. And he held off the champion, Joel Monegro, to take his 2nd ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. It was Joel Monegro in 2nd, Krista Andero in 3rd, Olivier Bertels in 4th, Hans Frisch in 5th ahead of Marcus Gratian, Tarek Fahmy in 7th, ahead of Alexander Dobek, Makoto Haga ahead of Eric Santos, then Jan Klingenberg, Kasper Hockerboom, Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car, ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen rounding out the top 14, and then Guido Schmidt, the last of the runners. Dean Burden, who was asked to retire from the race, having had outside assistance. As I said before, it was a slow burner, but what a way to finish the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. A fantastic couple of races from the Club Division. Really, really entertaining stuff. And I really hope that they're going to be back again, these drivers, for the 2027 season. From Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya, we have really been entertained. And Club Division bringing the curtain down on the season in absolute style. Brilliant. Cars now coming into Parc Fermé, into the pit lane for the very last time. No warnings that I could see going to any. In fact, Joel Monegro did have a disallowed lap, but no major other issues there. So nothing that I think would steal away that 2nd place. And I think Javier Ripoll Jr., he will feel like he's taken a gargantuan leap forwards in his driving career, holding it together with all that pressure, really focused on what's ahead. We heard that he was being coached by Theo Elenas, the Est1 racing team. Background is Alex Ryman. He's congratulated by Lars Plato, series organizer. And very great sportsmanship. Joel Monegro congratulates him as well. The 2 main challengers for the title this year. And Monegro congratulates his rival. Great to see some really good sportsmanship going on there. And it's going to be good to see Krista Andero, who'll make it onto the podium as well. So Krista Andero, who will take the 3rd place. He had to work hard for that, for MTech competition. Driver who we've seen in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. He will climb onto the podium as well for that 3rd place. Joel Monegro, job done in terms of the championship. Javier Ripoll Jr. did not make it easy. And has been, for my money, one of the most entertaining drivers of the season. Never gives up, always enthusiastic, so passionate, so enthusiastic, so focused. And the Venezuelan had to work hard for that, but he earned it. What a win for Javier Ripoll Jr. I can see Piers there loitering. He's with Joel Monegro as well. So let's head back down to the Piers. Let's head back down to Piers for a chat to oh, it's been a long day. To the chat to our race winners.
It's been a long season, Brian. You've carried us through all of it. And I want to get our 1st and 2nd driver, Joel Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. in together, because they've been the 2 that have given us so much entertainment this season. I'll wait for Javier to get his gloves up. But Joel, champion, you know, we've spoken about it briefly, but you've ended the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship on top. Round out the season from your perspective.
It's been fantastic. I'm going to miss you.
Oh, Joel. Don't stop it. You're going to miss everyone.
Absolutely, but it's been great, and it's nice that this last race we had a very strong field, and Even though we didn't get on the top step, it feels great to bring the championship home.
Absolutely, the man that pushed you all the way. Javier, just you want to come in and join the interview, because these two have been the men, really, let's be honest. We've got Champion, the man that pushed him so hard, both in the championship, but also Javier in that race. You know, you've had the Champion right on your tail there. He was so close, got alongside a couple of times. And there we have it, it's a T-shirt as well. But talk us through that race. You soaked up a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he started catching up with me in turn 5, and he was like getting like a second off the track. I mean, I was able to take away the first sector, but the middle sector, he was super fast. I didn't have the rotation on the car, and I was able to hold it. He was like, get out of the way, move it, but I was able to hold it, so it was good. It was fun. I mean, also, he knew that he would be getting into a fight for the last championship points. It makes no sense. If he can get in second, he can make it, you know? So, but it was good. And the race before, we had a little incident. Let's go like that.
An incident?
No. It's just, I don't know. We went all to the end, and you kind of missed a braking point and went straight and touched it, and boof. It's like, oh, sorry. I mean, sorry, not sorry, but yeah.
It's great to see that you guys have been so sporting all year. Every time you get out of the cars, high fives. Great to see great camaraderie. We hope to see you guys do battle on track again, hopefully sometime soon, maybe next year.
Yeah, we both live in the US, both live in America, so I guess they're eventually going to cross races for sure.
We shouldn't have to come this far.
Exactly.
There you go. The two men, Javier Ripoll Jr., winner of round 8, a champion, Joel Monegro with his printed T-shirt. Great job for the. In fact, they've all got the printed T-shirts on. I didn't even notice. Look at that. It's champion in the club division 2026. Team track experience by Manthai. Well, there we go. And we'll go a quick word with our third place driver if he's around. Oh, no, we won't, because our third place driver, the 111, who was Krista Andero, already on the podium, at which point, let's go up to that podium while Brian talks us through what was the final race of the 2026 season.
Brilliant stuff. Well, you just misquoting Charles Leclerc there with an incident. Yeah, great stuff. Great camaraderie amongst those drivers. They say, why should we come this far to race? We love it when they come here. We want to see them again. They have provided us with so much entertainment throughout this season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and I dare say those two drivers will be crossing paths again sometime in the future. It was a fantastic closer for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Hopefully we'll have a look at a few highlights in just a few moments as we reflect on what has been a sensational day. I still think that the first race that we had in round 7 is going to take a little bit of beating. That's a benchmark that is going to be there for a long time to come. We have seen 8 races now for both the sport division and the club division. I don't have any confirmation of dates for next year's yet, but let's look back on what we have for this year so far. And this race, which was a bit of a slow burner, wasn't it? It started off a little bit lively. We had some issues at the start. Well, we had a false start to start off with. Then we had an incident early on where Levent Turkman made contact with Bert de Hoos. He speared off into Dean Burden, and all 3 were out of the track. It ended up with a red flag while things were turned around. Alexander Dobek had also felt the wrath of Olivier Berthels and was left pointing in the wrong direction. So we had a red flag, quite a lengthy one. It was a bit of work to get some of these cars off the circuit. But eventually we did get going again, and it was well worth the wait. It was going to be a race-long battle between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro. Javier Ripoll Jr. had to keep his focus, had to hold it all together. Monegro had a nose in front on a couple of occasions, but Ripoll Jr. always kept it together, came back, didn't make any mistakes, and was eventually going to win the race. Some great entertainment further back, none more so than from Marcus Gratian, who was trying to work his way up through the pack and find his way forwards. I'm just looking, and it looks as though some of the cars did have infringements for track limits, none of the first 2. But there was Marcus Gratian, who was going wheel to wheel with Tarek Fakhmi in the 42 car. And Gratian, in the Molnar Motorsport car, looked very dialed in. Alexander Dobek, after that spin at start, had to do all the hard work from the very, very back of the pack. So he was coming through the pack as well. And then we turned our focus back to the front. Javier Ripoll Jr., with insane pressure from Joel Monegro, The pressure further back was all the way through the pack, but this was the one that kept us captivated. It was a checkered flag, a second win of the season for Javier Ripoll Jr. And he led the way across the line ahead of Joel Monegro. And Olivier Bertels has been shown as third place after penalties have been applied. We're going to be heading down to the podium in just a few moments. This will be my last chance to say thank you so much for joining us for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Congratulations to Milan Marchak, to Jesse Polderdijk, to Joel Monegro, to Daniel Lewis, our champions. And we now head down to the podium for the very last time. Thank you so much for listening to the commentary. I hope we can do it all again next year. Back to Bears for the very last time.
Brian, thank you so much. We would be lost without you. But it's time to do that final podium ceremony of the year. And we'll start with our third place driver from Sweden, the MTech competition driver, Krista Andero. Congratulations, Krista, joining the championship at this final event and getting on the podium. Second place, your champion from Track Experience by Manthey, Joel Monegro. We knew that one would be popular, didn't we? Congratulations, Joel, winning so many races this year, but couldn't quite get past the man of the day, S1 Racing's Javier Ripoll Jr. And let's not forget also our champion in GT4 from Race Car Consultants all the way from England, Dan Lewis. Massive celebration from Dan there, elated with another win in the GT4s. And we'll now have the national anthem of Venezuela for Javier Ripoll Jr. The Venezuelan national anthem for Javier Ripoll Jr., winner this season. We tried so hard to get it over the line last year, but managed it this year, and will now have the trophies handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. First of all, third place, Krista Andero for the MTech competition team. Second place to our champion, Joel Monegro for the Track Experience by Manthey team. And then our winner of round 8 of the club division in 2026 here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Javier Ripoll Jr. and Daniel Lewis as well for GT4s. For the final time, our podium for round 8. They all gathered on the podium, the top step of the podium. It's been great to watch them do battle for all of the 2026 season so far. We hope to see them back again in 2027. They've, of course, got the full summer championship to look ahead to. Who knows where they'll be racing? We'll keep an eye on them, but we'll welcome them back next winter. And here we go, the champagne celebrations for the final time in 2026. Javier Ripoll Jr. spraying the crowd as well. Congratulations to all of our drivers. What a season it has been. And Javier finishing that off. Of course, there'll be plenty more celebrations this evening at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Awards evening, which will be held in Barcelona. That, of course, not filmed, probably for the best. But enjoy the evening, guys. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers and everyone that finished on the podium in 2026 here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's been an incredible season. We've seen some of the best races we've ever had in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And with that, the end of the podium for round 8 in the club division means that we are at the end of the 2026 season. We have Brian Oliver to thank for all of the commentary in the English language, Burkhard Bechtel as well for the German language commentary, the Pro Speed team for putting everything together and allowing this championship to happen, the Barcelona circuit, the Barcelona Catalunya staff for putting on this wonderful event and hosting us once again for the finale of the event. Let's not forget all the drivers we've seen on the podium, every driver that's entered and all of the teams that helped them go racing to provide the entertaining coverage that we have had, and that coverage indeed as well provided by Alpha Live. It's been my pleasure to be part of that coverage. And also, without you viewers at home, there would be no point in the coverage. So thank you so much for watching, and we look forward to more of the same in 2027.